Well, a very good morning to you all. A good Sunday morning to you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Round 6 of the 2024 World Racing League season presses on. This is DriversEye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmar, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Jordan Worth is on production. We'll be in and out on the microphones this morning. Good morning, Jordan.
Good morning.
It's very similar looking to where we began yesterday morning. Half an hour earlier, the 8:30 a.m. start. Cloudy skies, a pleasant morning, if a little muggy, but you do get that in this part of the country in these early mornings. 7-hour enduro as race 2 of the weekend, split as is the custom here in I think it's Hall County, Georgia. The 2-hour quiet hour, or as our PA technician likes to refer to it, the extended lunch break, 10 to 12 o'clock. We will shut things down, no race engines. Kind of splits this 7-hour enduro into a two-parter. And whereas over the years we've run 2 hours to the break and then 5 hours to the finish, mix things up a little bit this year. Starting at 8:30 gives us an hour and a half or so to the break and then 5.5 hours to the finish, which will change strategies up ever so slightly. I think it'll be one stint for just about everybody to the initial full course yellow deployment, or at least the full course yellow deployment for the break, which will come between 9:40 and 9:50 this morning. And the name of the game through this first stanza of the race, stay on the lead lap, whatever it takes. You've got to get creative with strategy or maybe some creative defending. Do not drop off the lead lap, because once we get going again, 5.5 hours to the finish, you want to be within striking distance of the race leaders, just like we are now. JT Tammy, when we left yesterday, we believed we had seen a late penalty for the number 153 of DD Autosports that had taken away a chance at second place for that silver Mercedes AMG GT4. Happened to see the folks from DD Autosports looking for race control here on the wrong floor of the tower. Caught up with them afterwards to find out that not only was the pit lane penalty rescinded, but we had a pass under yellow after a video review for the car who won on the road, which was the 89 from 89X Motorsports. So in fact, what we saw, or what we ended up with, was an official race win for the 153, a one-lap penalty and a second-place finish for the 89, and a podium finish for the number 70 Porsche from round 3 racing. Completely turned the result on its head.
Yeah, just a little bit.
In any case, you don't love seeing results changed after the finish, but you do like to know that everybody got it right. Everything was as it should have been. Penalties were applied fairly and correctly. And in the end, I mean, for a race that could have, as of first thing yesterday morning, just as easily gone to most of the heavy hitters in GTO, your regular podium finishers and class contenders, you ended up with a fair and perfectly valid race win and podium finishes for cars we don't normally see up there. It was really, really good stuff.
Yeah, there's a reason why we require these cars to have an onboard camera. So we can review any sort of incidents that are required of us, and it makes it so we get the correct and true results. So it is a good thing, even though the process kind of sucks in a way that we see these things play out post race, but the important thing is things are being done properly.
Yeah, and we say it's the race control staff upstairs. They were busy folks up there yesterday, but like we said, we know we got it right now, and the result yesterday is all as it should have been. We'll turn our attention to today. As we said, we are headed in for about an hour and a half of racing this morning, likely to be somewhere between an hour and 10, hour 20 realistically, until we get that double yellow. I don't think, based on what we saw yesterday, JT, we're likely to see anybody try and stretch the fuel mileage, except in the production classes where you might be on for something like that in GP2, GP3 especially. The GTO cars, less likely to be able to make it through to that point without a pit stop. Be interesting to see how everybody plays that, whether we stretch it out as far as we can, pit early, short fill, that sort of thing. I'm really intrigued to see what the strategy is this morning.
Definitely.
The front row of the GTO grid made up of the 123 from NFC Motorsports and the 289 of 89X Motorsports. That was the car that was most competitive through the first half or so of yesterday's 8-hour race. The 89 obviously ended up winning the race on the road, finishing second in the official standings. They'll start on the outside of the second row alongside the 92 Ford Mustang of FPRS Motorsports. AOA Racing alongside the number 153 of DD Autosports, yesterday's winner in that Mercedes AMG GT4. The 52 also late to the grid this morning. Just rolled off, so it'll be the 70 from round 3 racing on the fourth row alongside the number 11 of Kingpin Racing. The first 4 rows in GTO, we go down through our production cars, which I'm happy to say have tightened up the formation this morning substantially. Not quite the gap we saw yesterday. Screaming Goat, Bruce Innovations on the front row in GP1. GP2 will be Open Throttle 66 in Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, and HC Autosport and AOA Racing on the front row in GP3. The top class, GTO, heads down the hill for the first time of asking this morning, and right at 8:30, the green flag waves for 7 hours of racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Huge start up the inside from the 74 of AOA Racing. That BMW M4 tucks right in behind the lead Mercedes of NFC Motorsports into second place, leaves the 289 from 89X Motorsports around the outside into third, possibly fourth by the time we get up to the top of the S's at turn number 3. Clean start for the GTO cars, the GTU cars. The GP cars take their start for 7 hours of racing as well. Bruce Innovations gets a good jump on the inside, as does the 44 of PC Racing. The Screaming Goat LS-powered BMW will try and hang tough around the outside, but I think it's going to slot into third, headed through turn number 1. Indeed, it does. 3 wide deeper in the field. That's down in GP3 with one of the AOA MX-5s up the inside. Early pit caller for the number 66 of Open Throttle Racing as well. But I think we've got about 50 cars, 52 cars this morning underway with no issues on lap 1 to this point.
That's, a good clean start for us here. Unfortunately, bad news for the 66. That was your GP2 leader. That is now coming down pit lane by the sounds of it.
Yeah, hood is up on that car. Difficult on occasion to get the numbers right on the Open Throttle cars, but I'm fairly confident that's a 66. Lead change in GTO. AOA Racing, the number 74 BMW M4 G82 is going to lead lap 1. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes, now under attack from the 89 and the 92, will duck to the inside, headed down into turn number 1. And keep some momentum
on the inside.
I was just going to say, you can keep that momentum up on the outside by virtue of having a wider radius there at turn number 1 and being able to run out to the curb, able to defend that second place. But all of that fighting at turn number 1 is allowing the 74 to get a massive jump, something like 15 or 20 car lengths now at the conclusion of, let's say a first lap and a half of racing. Was really impressed with the starts we saw yesterday. Very, very clean. It can be very easy to get sucked into the battles that you're in, the cars that you're racing, if you feel like you're a little bit out of position on the grid. Yesterday, we obviously had 8 hours to set the grid by virtue of fastest lap, and it leaves cars a little bit more proper in terms of where they ought to be on the grid. The only change you do tend to get, or the major change you do tend to get, is that on these Sundays with 7 hours of racing, you do get a shuffle in driver lineups very often, and it can leave occasionally a driver that didn't set the fastest lap yesterday out on the grid to start the race this morning. Change for second with the 289, I'm sorry, it'll be the 89, isn't it? The red trim Aston Martin into second place. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes back to third is going to come under fire again from the Mustang of FPRS Motorsports down into turn number 1, shows the nose. Do we throw it up the inside on the brakes? Yes, we do, and the 123 pleads no contest. It leaves the door open for the crossover with the number 11 from Kingpin Racing. of interest there. We'll try and go up the inside at turn number 3. That's a tricky old place to make a pass, and indeed the Mercedes is able to defend. I'm going to correct myself. Not sure if I said this on the air or if it was just chat with JT as we were getting things started. The 766 is on the grid this morning. That is the second of the Thunder Bunny cars, but did finish yesterday as kind of that lead Thunder Bunny entry or as the result of contact with the 225 that took it out of the race late in the running yesterday afternoon.
I
We've had it.
I was going to say, I have not yet seen the 766 cross the timing line.
It's out there. Wait for it. And I'm going to enter the screen from the bottom left here. I think that was a 766, wasn't it? Maybe that was a 225. I wonder if it's possible that the 225 has just been or the 766 has been renumbered here.
There's a Thunder Bunny car at 12, okay?
Sure. But if you are expecting to see the traditional, or I guess current Thunder Bunny scheme, I think they've renumbered the 766 from yesterday.
I mean...
no, sorry. It's like the hood has changed color. Interesting. Okay. All right, so it is a 225, but it's got the front end livery of the 766. It's very, very interesting. But yeah, all is correct, and it is the 225 headed up the hill there, out of shot towards turn number 3. Currently down in, as I count my fingers and toes, 13th.
Yep. Good start for the 11th Michelin Racing, up to 4th now. That Subra's hanging on.
Yeah, was able to get the move done on the Mercedes from NFC Motorsports, as has been the case for the number 70 of round 3 racing. That was your 3rd place finisher yesterday afternoon, that Porsche 991.2 Cup entry. That'll be the Trintec sponsored car. NASCAR fans will recognize the name of Josh Bilicki. Not sure if he's on board that car at the moment, but is named against the car and certainly did a stellar job yesterday. Already blue flags waving over there, turn 10 flag station, beginning to work traffic. The hallmark, one of the hallmarks of endurance and sports car racing at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Part of what made Petit Le Mans so famous and so iconic so quickly in its 25 now years of running is the challenge of managing multi-class racing around a place like Road Atlanta. Fast, narrow, change of direction is constant through the better part of half of a lap. Really, you've got to be really, really on your toes and have your wits about you as you negotiate traffic, especially as you get into this early rhythm of the race. And there it is, already having its effect on the race. The 89 being held up at the bottom of the hill by one of the open throttle BMWs has allowed the 74 to extend that lead margin even further at this point. 2.6 seconds was the gap at the end of lap number 4. Happy to say, if you are interested in live timing, Race Hero appears to be fully functional this morning.
It does. I've been enjoying this because it's been able to update for me, so I can actually see that the 75 has taken the lead in GP3 without having to refresh myself.
I've got to be honest with you. I'm not not interested in making excuses for ourselves here on DriversEye Live. However, not having auto refreshing live time makes it really difficult to catch those, let's say, finer details in real time. You've almost got to go hunting for them, and that makes for a very long, difficult day. Traffic down here at the bottom of the hill is going to hold up the 92 Mustang and allow a good run for the 11 from Kingpin Racing. Side by side down the front straightaway into turn number 1. The Supra moves to the right of screen. The Mustang defends to the left, opens the door for the number 70 to show the nose up the inside at turn number 1. They'll head up the hill to negotiate even more traffic. There's the Aston Martin from the 89X. First over the crest of the hill will be the Mustang, then the 11, then the 70. So all is still in order as it was at the end of lap number 5. But again, traffic will give you something and traffic will take it away later. So be clever, be smart. and take what it'll give you when you can. It's giving the 74 an awful lot this morning. Great start for the AOA Racing squad. Had a change for second in GP1. It's a brilliant start for Bruce Innovations in the 444 up in the lead. Further back, however, the Screaming Goat, number 29, able to take second away from the number 44 of PC Racing and has immediately stretched the margin between the podium positions there out to 3.9 seconds from Screaming Goat back to PC Racing. Harrison Motorsports still fourth. All-Star Racing, the number 5 there in fifth. On board now with that Screaming Goat Racing number 29. Well, kind of.
Partially.
At the bottom of the hill there. At the bottom of the S's. Nominally turns 4 and 5. Yesterday, we saw such a great start for the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, that number 123. We said every now and then on these Sunday races, you'll see a shakeup in the driver lineup to set yourself up for that run to the flag. Obviously, we've got the complication this morning of knowing that the race is going to be neutralized fairly early on. And the 123, I think that's where they find themselves at the moment, slipping from first down now to 8th, defending from the 338 of Kingpin Racing. Again, this is the way these races go. It's never the same race twice. You've got all these little detail changes that kind of set yourself up for the day differently. But it all seems to come together in the end. Huge gaggle of traffic headed down the hill through 4 and 5. The Automatic Racing Aston Martin, the number 909, that's the previous gen, or first gen GT4 Aston Martin. Negotiating an awful lot of traffic there in front of about another dozen cars or so that were at the compression. Again, everybody makes it through okay. Settled ourselves into a really nice rhythm. First look at the GTU category, headed out at turn number 7. That is the green number 60 leading from the gold 59 and the blue 58. High drama yesterday in GTU. Those Sebico NP01s look to be on their way to 1-2 at various points in the day before what appeared to be really similar left rear suspension, I think specifically upright failures on at least 2 out of the 3 cars, took them out of contention. It was a quick repair, but cost 6 or 7 laps in each case, and that was enough to knock them out of the battle for the overall race win, where they had sat for the better part of yesterday afternoon. Ooh, love a Stratus onboard. This will be the number 60, green trim just to the right-hand side of the screen. Great look at what it's like at Road Atlanta in one of these lower prototypes, just how limited your visibility is over the elevation changes there. Turn 3 at the top of the hill, basically blind as you cross the hill, really difficult to spot the curb. Quick changes of direction in a low slung car give you an amazing sense of speed headed down through the S's. The camera quality drops away there, headed towards the south end of the circuit, a little further away from the cell tower. And in the summertime, especially with the vegetation on the trees, makes it a little bit difficult for the cell signal to make it to that portion of the track. But anyway, around the exit of turn number 7 and accelerating uphill, this is where those GTU cars just lack a little bit of performance. Lighter cars at the same power to weight as the GTO cars, 9-1, means a little bit less power, a little bit lower top end, despite being lighter and having less drag. 132, 133 it looked like into the braking zone for the number 60. It's a good 10 to 12 miles an hour down on the bigger, heavier GTO cars. FPRS Motorsports up at the front of the field. Third place car, the number 92. Able to open the margin up back to the Toyota Supra of Kingpin Racing. Means they've also closed the margin down to the number 89 of 89X Motorsports. Under a second now as they head out of turn number 7 for the 9th time of asking. The 11, meanwhile, able to just pull out a little bit of a margin there on the number 70 Porsche 991 Cup. GTR 99 in 6th there, ahead of the 94 Motorsports number 84. The GP1 leader is into the pit lane.
Oh.
Drama at the front of GP1. Bruce Innovations, with something like a 10-second lead, now finds itself at the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, coming to the attention of that Bruce Innovations crew. And straight to the hood pins on that number 444.
So that's gonna put a Screaming Goat into the lead in GP1. Really good battle for what is now second between All Star PC Racing, Fifth Gear Motorsports, Harrison Motorsports, and Zealous Motorsport. All, relatively within a second of each other. So you can see them coming to the screen here. Just as the leader starts to work their way through the GP1 leaders.
Had really kind of opened up a pretty sizable margin at the front of GTO. So it looks like the 89 has been able to close up just a touch, and traffic will give and traffic will take away. I look down towards the number 444, by the way. Race Control reported, to the turn 3 actually, reported heavy smoke from the number 444. It looked like they went to the hood pins. It actually looks like they're looking more at the grill. They did not pull the hood up on that BMW M3. Paying a little bit more attention to something lower on that 444. No smoke when it came into the pit lane, however. So whatever the issue was, wasn't really sustained. On board the number 89. Great looking camera first thing this morning. We had a couple of guests up in the booth yesterday, in particular talking about their Yokohama tires in GTO. Of course, the production classes are a spec tire for the first time this year. Continental Tire is the spec tire provider in those production classes. The 89X with the big old Continental logo on the screen. I don't really know that we touched on that. I think over the years, the Yokos have been kind of the tire of choice in GTO. They're grippy, they last fairly long. You can easily get through half a race on those 200 treadwear DOT-rated tires. The Continentals get a little bit less airtime and publicity and discussion in the GTO ranks. But if those Aston Martins did what they did yesterday on the Continentals, I think that is a huge nod towards the development of those tires and what they're capable of here. The 89 obviously is quick, as was the 289, but it wasn't just quick and bursts, it was sustained through the afternoon. We've heard in the production classes in particular, the Continentals will easily do a full race. Easily.
Go forever.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you can get something similar out of the cars in GTO, or even with a tire change equivalent to what the Yokohama runners are doing, I think that's a huge proof of concept to what those tires are capable of there, not just in the production ranks. Good stuff out of our friends over at Continental Tire. Also, a note of contact between the 225 and the 82, nose to tail. That'll be the second of the random Vandals entries, the primarily white with green trim. That number 225 headed down the front straightaway here in something of a random Vandal sandwich. Raccoon bait, I think, at the moment. On board look at Jordan, man. On board the number 28. I love this combination of V-Box and Sentinel. Using the Sentinel system from our friend James Candelaria as an encoder for the V-Box integration with the car's telemetry is proving to be an excellent combination. Great, very easy for us to pull it in. It's minimal delay, almost, I think less than, our trackside cameras. Oh, there's contact there. And it spun the 225 going into turn number 6. The 28 is able to pull to the inside, but I think, unfortunately, the damage has already been done there.
Yeah.
This camera in particular does not love where it's positioned there at the bottom end of the hill. But the 225 did it again. 225 able to get the car restarted and will rejoin. They have been in the wars this weekend, man. Really tough situation with contact on the way into the pit lane yesterday. No fault of their own. Just a really awkward situation between a couple of other cars on the way in late in the day. Left that car with substantial damage to the nose. I assume it did some work on the radiator as well, and took that car not just out of contention, but out of the race while they repaired it to get it ready for today. And now, within the first 20 minutes, contact once with the 82, contact again with the number 28. That time costing it something like 20 to 30 seconds in the spin and recovery at 6 and 7. Tough morning for that lone remaining Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra. It looked, I will say, the race control log doesn't note contact, but if it wasn't, it was really close. Really close.
Yeah. Just especially going by the quick loss of rear grip on the Supra there at the very moment that the
Exactly.
BMW is getting right on that rear bumper. It's I don't know, but that's why we have cameras, and the stewards will figure it out.
Well, yeah, the way you would lose it there is carrying too much speed, but the camber of that corner allows you to carry a fair amount of speed in through that right-hander anyway. So it's kind of difficult to picture carrying extra speed to the point that you would lose the rear mid-corner, especially with the traction and stability control that the Supras have. More contact. That's the 28 into the back of one of the open throttle BMWs. I think one of the GP1 cars. That car is beached on the outside of turn 10A. And that time, I think, was substantially more clear as to the situation down at 10A. Careful here. Again, have your wits about you. It'll be a standing yellow at the entrance to turn 10. So no passing until you've cleared station 11, which is at
Hell yeah.
at the bridge. Drives itself out. You'll love it. You'll love it. It was... I sure felt like we weren't getting away from that without a full course yellow. But kudos to the driver. Really judicious throttle application to not bury the rear end of the car. There, the number 66 telltale tire mark on the left side of the car, just forward of the rear wheel. Fortunately, if you're trackside with us this weekend, you won't be able to see it because all the spectator areas, bar one over there at turn 10, are on the inside of the circuit, but pretty obvious what's happened down there. Plenty of gravel being dropped by that car as it loads up around turn number 12 a moment ago.
Yeah, a little bit of sand is not going to stop open throttle.
Fastest lap of the race, this early juncture, goes to the number 58 from Stratus Racing. That is, at the moment, your GTU leader. So a couple of changes there in the GTU category have promoted that blue tinted car, or blue trimmed car, to the class lead, 130.859. I believe that's the only car in the 30s at this point. Indeed it is. Personal best for the 92 of FPRS Motorsports, a 132.114, brings the margin down to the 89 Aston Martin V8 Vantage to 0.6 of a second. Pit stop for the number 28 Random Vandals Racing BMW M4. It was a little off pace after the contact up there at turn 10. And I wonder if they're, looking at the right front corner of the car. Battle on for second, headed into turn number 1. You see it. The number 89 goes defensive on the way into 1, hangs far to driver's right, dares the 92 FPRS Mustang to go around the outside. It does not, and they'll go single file up over the crest, up to the back of the Seagull Speed. That's like the bird. Number 115 BMW at the top of the S's. They'll compress behind that M4 headed down the hill and go nose to tail, jump back on board the 89. No rear view camera for us here as they crest turn number 5. Moves to driver's right to defend again going into turn 6. Pretty aggressive defense from the driver of the 89 here. Fair. Again, no need to necessarily get sucked into battles here. You want to be on the lead lap, want to be within shouting distance when we go back to racing this afternoon at 12 o'clock. No harm in giving up a spot if you think the car behind you is faster. The problem is, I'm not sure the car behind is faster. It seems to take advantage in traffic just by virtue of having a little bit more vision to plan around. Pulls alongside in the braking zone at 10, thinks better of it, and goes single file again down the hill into turn number 12. Black Aston Martin leads black and blue Ford Mustang. Again, saw this plenty yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon. All this battling is eventually going to bring the 11 and the number 70 into the battle for second as well. And all the while, the AOA Racing BMW stretches the lead out to 4.4 seconds. There goes the AOA BMW through your shots, the red and white M4, current gen M4. 92 gets held up in traffic there at turn 4, has to pull to the right, and some compliance there from one of the production cars as they begin working through traffic. Less luck for the number 89, who has to split a pair of open throttle BMWs. The 92 will go around the outside. Don't know if it's going to be able to make the move into 7. No. It is not. It's going to bulk the 89 on the exit. This time the 92 is able to get a really good launch on the throttle out of turn number 7. The naturally aspirated Ford Mustang gets the jump on the turbo V8 Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and by the time they get to turn number 9, that easy right-hander, the move is already done with a car length to spare. 89 laid on the brakes into turn number 10, pulls to the left to lap traffic. The 92 is wide and allows the 89 to set up a crossover if he wants it. Headed under the Fox Factory Bridge, does not want it, thinks better of it, and breathes out of the throttle, allows it to fall in line behind the triple taillights of that Ford Mustang GT4. Again, the margin closes back to the number 11 of Kingpin Racing and the number 70 of Round 3 Racing. And again, the margin for the battle for second compresses.
Lots of good fighting.
You know, it's easy to stand up here and say, hey, you know, it's an early part of a 7-hour race. We've got an hour and a half to go this morning before we throw the double yellow for the extended lunch break, and here we are getting sucked into the battles ourselves. That's such good stuff on behalf of the second and third place cars at the moment. Again, cleared a few pods of traffic. And both cars with a good run out of turn number 7. Be interesting to see this time if the 89 has the legs on the 92 without having been balked down there at the exit of the slowest corner on the track. Really doesn't look like it. That Ford has excellent straight line speed. Great torque for that launch out of turn number 7 in second or third gear. Is able to launch it all the way down the long back straightaway here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Just about half an hour complete for our Sunday 7-hour enduro. Thank you for being with us, everybody. YouTube and Facebook audiences are up this morning in full force. Thank you for being here. And of course, if you're trackside with us at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, appreciate you spending your Sunday and your weekend with us here. If you take us on the go, 98.1 FM is Road Atlanta Radio, as our friend Dave Miller announced earlier this morning. And of course, we're up on the PA system around this beautiful 2.5-mile facility as well. Jumping on board the Screaming Goat Racing, number 29. It's the LS-powered BMW.
Yeah, and it's still leading GP1. It's been nice to see All-Star Racing running in second, not letting it get away. We're looking at a gap of only 4 seconds between those cars, and they've got a good 14-second gap over coming across the line here. PC Racing, Fifth Gear, and Harrison all jumbled together within a second there.
Let's try and pick that up, headed down into turn number 1. I'm sorry, headed towards turn number 3 now. Yeah. The All-Star Racing number 5, that car was in 5th last time we talked about it. And I think other than the 444 from Bruce Innovations, it's made all those passes on track.
Yeah, the
really
very
good
moment Bruce Innovations were coming down pit lane was when Fifth Gear had managed to get around the 44 PC Racing.
Yeah, it's the gap is a little further back to Harrison Motorsports now, but PC and Fifth Gear were within just a couple of car lengths when last we saw them headed down into turn number 5. Here they are again. Big old slide on the power from the Fifth Gear number 550 is going to cost it down the length of this back straightaway. It looks dramatic, but it really does kind of kill your momentum out of the corner. Maybe less so in these production cars. If you've got the traction control switched off, keep the revs up. But a lot of times, older traction control systems will just cut power rather than allowing the car to ride on the limit, and it just slaughters your momentum out of those slower corners. Does look fun, though.
A little further back we see coming through here, the 701 had got around the 88 of Zealous for 6th, but unfortunately Zealous has taken that spot back this lap. So they're going to have to try again.
And pulled out something like 10 car lengths back to the 701.
Yeah, because the 189 HQ Autosport has got past the 701 that lap. So unfortunately, 143.2 for the 701 that time.
Four off drivers left at turn 3 is the report. Earlier side-to-side contact reported between PC Racing and the it says 550/67.
Okay. Yeah, they were all jumbled together there.
Yeah, that was about 10 minutes ago.
As Ed points out in chat, it's Johan Swartz in the 5.
Yeah, go figure.
Which is now 1.7 seconds behind Screaming Goat.
I do wonder if Johan was entered in that car originally, or if that is a guest drive, kind of a reprisal of his role back at the 12 Hours of Charlotte last month, where he was featured in that car, with the Moorhead Speedworks Janetta not making the grid this morning, which is Johan's typical chariot. I wonder if he's been given the opportunity to get behind the wheel of that number 5 again.
Traffic's going to check up PC Racing just a little bit here.
Yes, it is. Manages it well and tries to get the launch. Is going to have to cede the very inside line to the number 333 from Bruce Innovations, who's pretty judicious on the brakes there. I was just going to say, I'm not sure that green BMW from Open Throttle around the outside would have seen the Bruce Innovations M4 coming with such a head of speed there. And really good stuff to just dab the brakes, let the Open Throttle car have the inside line if he wants it, and live to fight another day on the throttle headed up the hill.
Yeah, you can see Bruce Innovation trying to get through the traffic here, because just a little bit further back coming through, you see that silver and black Mercedes from DD Autosports, the 153, just trying to work its way closer and closer forward.
Yep, very methodical from that DD Autosports Mercedes this morning. It was really clever fuel strategy that put it in a position to contend yesterday on the road, running very long, or relatively long, very early on in the running yesterday. Caught a few full course yellows well, but that long run on fuel allowed it to stay out on a number of occasions when the double yellows were deployed, and vaulted it up there into that lead conversation in the top 4 or so. So we'll likely use strategy again this morning. Obviously, we haven't had any stops as of yet, and at the moment, finds itself down in the where are we here? The number 153? Down in 19th
overall.
Yeah. I'm to scroll very far down to pick that
16th in a class. But it's a packed GTO field.
With the change for second overall, the 92 FPRS Mustang has opened up about a second, out to 2 seconds now, over the number 89 Aston Martin V8 Vantage, who ever just so slightly slipping into the clutches of the number 11 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra GT4. Lead margin holding steady from AOA Racing to the FPRS Mustang at 4.1 seconds. I don't know that it's been up above 5 or below 4 for the bulk of the running this morning. 74 from AOA doing a really good job just to manage the gap in traffic, pull out the margin when it can, but not overstress the tires, not take too much out of the car at this early running, but also not leave it vulnerable to that number 92. Oh, car around to the exit of 7. That's the Heraflight Sebico NP01. Got the right rear tire perched up on the curb, but I don't think it will have high-sided the car. The trick here is going to be to find a gap in traffic to get the car turned around. Good news is it's got excellent visibility because it's pointed directly back at the apex. Makes a hard left-hand turn through that paved apron. Nice recovery there for the Heraflight Sebico NP01.
No harm.
If you're just joining this morning, welcome. DriversEye Live bringing you continuing live coverage of the Sunday 7-hour enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You've missed a heck of a start this morning. It's been fun. It's been frantic. Traffic has played a role. It's really been a good time watching these various class battles kind of shake themselves out, watching the leaders negotiate in traffic, finding the relative strengths and weaknesses of the cars. It's really been a lot of fun in these first 37, 38 minutes of racing. And again, something like 40 minutes left to go until we take our mandatory quiet hour break here, as is the custom at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, on the Sunday in particular.
Good to see a nice fight in GP2 at the moment. We just saw briefly go through a shot here. 369 of Chattanooga leading that class, but Libre Racing not too far behind, just 1.5 seconds. Oh, but they're going to get a run here due to traffic. They're side by side.
Under the Fox Factory Bridge, headed down the hill to turn number 12. Toyota GT86 to the inside, BMW E36 to the outside. Move done at turn number 12. Change for the lead in GP2. I think that's the lone. I think that's the lone Toyota Scion Subaru. I can't believe we haven't come up with a collective name for those cars yet. We've had a few years. But typically we see 2 or 3 of those in a weekend. I think that's the only one we've got. No 3 fast guys in Denny this weekend.
Correct. And
we typically campaign the Scion.
I don't think we've seen one in GP2 before.
Ooh, that's a good point, actually.
Because usually, 3 fast guys in Denny will run the car in GP3. I'd have to check my information for that, but it's looking very competitive in GP2, which is great to see.
I wonder if that car's taken a boost in power, or if they've found a way to take weight out of the car that's allowed it to run up there in GP2. Into the pit lane comes the number 50 this weekend, the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac GTOR. Yes, if you're an endurance racing fan, that is the old tube frame TRG. Well, it's still got the TRG livery, but it was run there in 2005 in Grand Am GT competition by TRG. I think Banner Motorsports ran a couple of those cars as well before they became the Pontiac GXPR. But in any case, it's a tube-frame chassis with some bodywork hung over it and a more restrictive LS engine in the front end. The 444 from Bruce Innovations did follow it into the pit lane there. This time, that BMW is going to skip the pit stall and head straight to the paddock along with that number 50 Pontiac.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate to see the Matt Connolly Pontiac struggle a bit here at Road Atlanta. It was quick at Circuit of the Americas last year. But it's closer to GP1 paced today, so hopefully they can diagnose what's going on there.
I think there's two parts to that. Number one, we talked about this yesterday with the automatic racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage, the previous gen car. That car, I stopped short of saying it's a little long in the tooth. Ryan did not. Ryan didn't really pull any punches in discussing where that car was at. That was a regular class winner in GTO, in the World Racing League. And over the years, as teams have kind of caught up to the strategy and preparation that used to be and still to some degree is a hallmark of automatic racing, that combined with quicker cars, more advanced electronics, more, let's say, amateur driver friendly car setup, has, I think, left that 909 behind the 8-ball a little bit. It's still quick. It's not going slower than it did 2-3 seasons ago, and certainly it's not a slow car. It was just designed to be quick in 2009, let's say, not necessarily quick against similar class cars in 2024. I think it's a similar kind of situation with that Matt Connolly Pontiac. The car ran in Grand Am competition almost 20 years ago. Right, and theoretically, a two-frame car should be quick, but you've got to keep up with, the development of race cars. And just wonder if they're struggling a bit to do that. Now, that being said, I love it.
Oh no, absolutely! I love seeing it out there. The only issue I have with that argument is I'm not sure necessarily how well the Jeep won arms race in terms of running at the front of the pack has really affected that, because I mean you can see there's a 3.5 second difference between that 909 and the Pontiac.
Sure. Yeah.
So that leads me to think that there's something else with the Pontiac that's not just necessarily, there's newer stuff in GTO that are quicker, so it's fading to the background. That Aston Martin from Automatic Racing has been running mid-pack. It just put in a 34.3, which is quite competitive. I mean, all the way up to, the 123. NFC Motorsports just did a 34.3. So it's not so much that the Aston Martin is necessarily, aged and is slow. It's more the fact that we have such a depth of field in GTO with, we have 26 cars running today. Yeah. And most of them are very quick, running, within a couple seconds of our fastest lap in class.
That's a better way to put it, JT. The effect is the same, though. To some degree, if you want to put it harshly, it's to say that those older cars are being left behind, right? It's not that they're not getting as much out of the cars as they should, particularly with that automatic Aston Martin. As you say, it's pretty competitive with the mid-pack of the GTO class, but reliability hurts. Drivability, the lack of drivability hurts because of the more harsh electronics, a little bit less smooth, a little bit less forgiving of a race car. And obviously, Automatic Racing does a fair bit of development on their cars and always has done over the years. I'm not sure to what degree the Pontiac, the tube-frame Pontiac GTOR, is actively being developed, other than, okay, let's get a newer, more appropriate engine into the front of it, that we're not running quite such a big restrictor, and try and get this car to run reliably. At the moment, it's not doing that, which is disappointing. but I'm certain the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania is going to continue to work at it. We have had a fairly notable pass on track, not for position, but just last lap, the number 74 AOA Racing BMW passed yesterday's race winner, the number 153 DD Autosports Mercedes. We said at the top of the show, the name of the game in this first portion of the race, stay on the lead lap. That's not what happened. That 153 has dropped off the lead lap early this morning. The car is into the pit lane now, having followed that, and a driver change already. 45 minutes down. Okay. Very wide at the last corner for the number 187. Stays on track, but was really kind of out in the weeds.
Coming in through turn one, that 369, just looking on the inside. Tried to see if he could squeeze through on Libre into the GP2 lead, but no! Ooh. Libre gets loose on turn 3 exit up on the curb.
Yeah, curb, a touch of grass there, and a dab of opposite lock to go with it.
Who says you need a coffee or caffeine to stay awake in the early morning? A little bit of curb does the same thing. Lots of traffic coming out of 10B here.
Yeah, this is the way. It seems like every time we pick up these GTU cars, they're just in an enormous pack of traffic.
And it looks like this lap has allowed Harrison Motorsports to take 4th in GP1, getting past 5th gear some point in that lap, most likely due to that traffic.
Change for the GP2 lead as well, JT. Chattanooga Tornwagen Meisterschaft through on the number 16 of Libre Racing.
Yeah, they're having a very good fight opening stint.
That Chattanooga crew loves a fight. They're happy to win races. It's been a long recovery process to build that new car, the number 369. But they are... We've talked to them a few times here. They love a good battle. There is the Harrison BMW just ahead of the 5th gear Porsche Cayman out of turn number 7. Zealous just behind them in the number 88. Still very much on the lead lap. We've got the top 8 GP1 cars within 40 seconds on the road right now. Very interested to see how the strategy shakes out here in GP1 as well. Those cars are just beyond or just capable of getting through to the double yellow without having to make a stop. And again, with the name of the game being stay on the lead lap, you'll want to put yourself in the best position possible for when that full course yellow comes out. The question is it worth staying out through the early part of the running today, or through this morning, excuse me, only to have to pit as soon as we go back to green flag racing later? My assumption is yes, it does make sense to do that, but I could see there being a few different arguments to that.
If you can pit and stay on the lead lap before, why not?
The challenge is, JT, staying on the lead lap isn't necessarily, or staying within shouting distance of your class leader isn't necessarily up to you, right? When the full course yellow comes out, there is a chance that you could be split by the overall race leader.
True.
And, find yourself sort of on the tail end of the lead lapping class, which is just kind of the name of the game, unfortunately. But you know the yellow is coming, so you want to set yourself up for that as best you can. And if it's going, let's say that's your worst case scenario where you're, 90% of a lap down, are you going to lose that minute and, let's say, 30 by making a pit stop under green when we resume racing this afternoon at 12 o'clock? My guess is you can get in and out of the pit lane in under that time. Ooh, out wide in the last corner for the number 91. I think the 119 there jumped up the inside, coming through the apex of turn 12. And even at this early hour, it's very dirty out offline at the final corner. North of 100 miles an hour if you're on the line correctly, but not a whole lot of margin for error on the outside. And it was a big wiggle for that 91 FPRS Mustang, but just a couple of feet offline at turn 12. Best battle on the track at the moment, I think, is going to go to, well, certainly up in, let's go to the top. Round 3 racing back to GTR 99. The battle for 5th overall is down under a second. Another good battle further down between the 289, second of the 89X Aston Martin V8 Vantages, and the Off the Ligier. First time we've called that car's name this morning. Just a tenth of a second apart last time around. That'll be the battle for 14th overall. 14th, no, not 14th in GTO.
11th in GTO.
11th, yes, thank you. The 2 GTU cars from 3 GTU cars, 58, 59, and the 60, all ahead of that little scrap.
Ellis is starting to really close up here to 5th gear.
Here's the black Aston Martin and the green and black Ligier JSR 4. He says not sure if he's got nomenclature exactly right. JSR 2 GT4. Gotta get there. How dare I do that to Jacques Nicolet? Notice nobody ever talks about Jacques Nicolet anymore. Oh, we've got a car spun around. That's the Seagull speed.
Yeah.
Yep, 115. It's an interesting place to end up. Kind of in the drift course loop there at the top of the hill. Thought a few times yesterday. Wonder if it just got on the throttle and over that really aggressively serrated curb on the exit of 10, loop the car around. Pit stop for the 68 from Speed Syndicate, but more importantly, the Screaming Goat BMW is into the pits directly behind and is badly held up by the Aston Martin, going very slowly at pit in. You just see it there as we cut over to the in-car for that number 29. Makes the pass on the way into pit lane, which I think is fair.
Reports of issue for 187 in turn 7. Yep, at the marshal's post. Looks like it's pulled off. Initial report was that they had spun and impacted into the tire wall. But it looks like they got that car going in it behind the wall, keeping it out of harm's way. So removing a local yellow there.
Gentlemen.
Sir.
You know what that means. I'm happy to say we've had our first guest of the morning join us here up in the booth on DriversEye Live. Larry Webster.
Yep.
Not fresh out of the number 91, but you are in the 91 FPRS Mustang this weekend.
Yep.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, How? And thank you so much for having me. This is My first WRL race.
Oh, wow.
I haven't been to Road Atlanta since the ARC race in 25 years ago.
Oh,
What
I
a
love the
track.
ARC.
This is
Yeah.
a great event. Having
Absolutely.
a great time.
I'm glad to hear that. You are, as we said, behind the wheel of 91 FPRS Mustang.
Yeah.
You've chosen a heck of a chariot and a heck of a track to make your WRL debut.
Yeah, it's a really fun car. It's the new Mustang GT4.
Mhm.
I'm sharing it with two buddies that we've been racing together for 25, 30 years. We're now at a point where we could do something like this, and it's so fun. I got up this morning. I'm like, I don't have to mess with the trailer. Oh, my gosh. It's the best thing ever. And Jim Farley, CEO Jim Farley's in the car right now. He just had a great save after somebody dived.
We saw it.
Did you see that?
Yes, we
did.
did.
Somebody dived on the inside at turn 12. Brandon, a couple surprises. I've done a 25-hour at Thunderhill 7 or 8 times. The aggressiveness in traffic is surprising that there's not more accidents. That's what my whole day yesterday. I was like watching, going, oh, I'm going to see some spectacular wrecks, and I didn't. Explain this to me.
It's weird, especially watching through the S's with some of the other general production cars. It's like, oh, that's ambitious.
Yes.
So I'll say this. I think there was a time when you would see a lot more car-to-car contact, right? And result in something more significant than it does. It wasn't consistent, but every now and then you'd get a day that just kind of got off the rails, and this race isn't flowing. It's not making sense. I think WRL has excellent retention. People find that they really enjoy racing in WRL, and over time, it's built excellent trust between drivers.
Well, or a driver told me that this morning. He said what happens is that some drivers some cars get a reputation for bullying, and they force their way through.
Oh, that's an interesting take.
And so when they're seen in the rearview mirror, they tend to give a little more space.
Yeah.
Now I will say yesterday our strategy worked. Right, we started 27th in class out of 30, and we said, okay, we're just going to survive. We want all of our people on our team to drive and have fun, that experience. And, we made it up to 12th. So we made up a lot of positions as being clean. However, there was so many times during when I was in the car thinking, boy, I'm really leaving a lot on the table here by not doing anything between turns 2 and the exit of 5.
For sure.
Yeah, I guess that's just the way it is.
It is. And eventually, I think as drivers get more confident in the car they're running, they get more confident in racing the cars around them and knowing where they can and can't safely make a pass.
Yeah.
And trusting the cars around them. You might come up on a car that say, well, this car was unpredictable last time. I'm not going to try anything.
Yeah.
Or a car you come up on every time and you say, I know he's going to see me.
Yeah.
Because he does every time.
I really struggle with the GTU cars.
Interesting.
We're running about the exact same lap times. Yesterday was very frustrating because I purposely laid back on a car and didn't pass on the back straight where our car is faster. But then eventually it caught back up and I would pass around the back straight, and then of course through turns 10A and 10B, this car is quicker.
Yeah.
And then would dive inside going down the hill, which is a scary place for me. And I'm like, I just didn't, the courtesy was not returned.
Interesting.
That annoyed me.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it is one of the things we love about multi-class sports car racing, right? You can run at the same overall performance level, but make your speed in very different ways.
Yeah.
Eventually, theoretically, that gap will start to stretch itself out just because traffic will treat different cars differently, as I'm sure you found out yesterday as well. With your first WRL weekend, we said kind of picked a heck of a chariot there, the new Ford Mustang GT4. Is it an easy car to get yourself acquainted with and come to grips with, or are you finding it a difficult kind of tune-up for yourself?
It's really amazing car.
Okay.
It's based on the Dark Horse, which is the new Mustang, which I've been lucky enough to drive the Dark Horse and the Mustang GT and the Dark Horse production version. I work at Haggerty Media. I run Haggerty Media. We've written about this car. I just need to say it's a big step up from a GT in terms of feel, performance. It was a way more rewarding car to drive than I expected. Okay, then I raced in the Mustang Challenge. That's the Dark Horse R. Very street-based, manual gearbox. It only has ABS, blah, blah, blah. And then you step into this, and they were saying it's much more of a pure race car. And for somebody like me that isn't a professional, it's a little tricky to feel when it's starting to get loose. I don't have the I'm getting it better now, but I don't have this pure connection where I feel like I can anticipate what's happening. I can react and catch, and it's very benign, and it handles really well, but that's been a struggle for me.
Sorry, just a slide on the exit curve there from the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin as they negotiated some of the general production cars. The GT4 car, you say you're trying to learn to trust it as it gets loose, as the car slides, or understand what it's telling you as it starts to slide. Is it a car being a newer GT4 car with more advanced modern electronics that will ride on the traction control as it slides? Will it kind of catch itself and hold the slip, or do you have to catch it yourself?
I think it's both.
Okay.
I mean, what the pros are telling me is like, look, you can't lean on it too much. You can lean on it somewhat. I'm like, well, that's okay.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure that out because it's new to me. And this track is intimidating, coming over that hill. And it took me a while to keep my foot forward.
Sure.
And I saw the data and said it's totally possible. I was like, okay. My right foot said, well, that's great, but I don't like this.
It's intimidating on your own, right? If you're just out there doing a hot lap or a track day or something, then you throw in 50 cars around you that are all maybe looking at you in their mirror or that know you're coming, and it must completely change the game.
But the thing that's amazing, this is what I think. I don't know if everybody appreciates this. Maybe people are new to racing, but a car like the Mustang GT4. We didn't change the brakes all day. Mm-hmm. Think about that. 8 hours, 3,500-pound car, and you're pounding the brakes from 145 miles an hour down to second gear.
Yeah.
And they last lap after lap after lap after lap. And the consistency of the car stayed that way all day, and the motor was strong. And, 20 years ago, I wouldn't have imagined that was possible.
For sure. So I don't know if you were able to tune in at any of our broadcasts yesterday. I think you're the first driver we've had come up that's run any of these FPRS Mustangs this year.
Yeah.
And we had a discussion back at Eagles Canyon which is the opening race of the season, where we questioned the ability for Ford Motor Company to put together a customer racing program. The design was there to look like Porsche, but Porsche has been doing this for 25 years.
Yeah.
Right. And they put together an amazing, world-class customer racing and support program, won MIG championships all over the world, international, wins in GT cars in all kinds of 24-hour endurance races. And we said, is it possible to do that as quickly as it looks like Ford is trying to do that? Ford goes out, comes to Le Mans, puts the car onto the podium on its debut, third and fourth place for those cars, debuts the Mustang Challenge with 27 cars, close to 30 cars on track with you there at Mid-Ohio when the series debuted last month. And just yesterday had the new GT4 car detuned to run in WRL spec at 9-1. Both cars bring it home with no mechanical issues, one of which is up on the
we had a mechanical.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the hood, the rear trunk came up.
We saw that, and we noted that we had seen that on the GT3 car as well. We heard it was fixed on the GT3, but didn't appear to make it to the GT4 at that point. But we revisited our conversation from Eagles Canyon, which was to say, okay, 6 months in, what does it look like for Ford? Has the design been executed in a way that matches what they had hoped to do? And it sure seems from the outside looking in like it's been a resounding success, to the point that you have been a customer now in the Mustang Challenge, or a customer in the Mustang GT4, and it's allowing you to do more of what you love.
Well, let me just clarify a little bit. I'm sort of an automotive journalist, at Hagerty. So the Mustang Challenge I did as a guest.
Oh, okay.
But here, this is on my personal dime, so I'm paying. Cool. And so I've gotten to know them, and I know what they're doing. And I think the thing that you need to understand is they're not just committed to road racing, but also off-road.
Oh,
so
very
they have, the new Ranger Raptor. There's a Raptor school.
Okay.
That's out in Utah, and they have that Bronco DR, which is a factory built. You could buy it and go race Baja. And I think if you need any more indicator of how serious they are about this customer racing program, I wrote an article for Hagerty about Jim Farley's. His goal here is to hardwire motorsports into the company, so it's not a marketing expense, it's a business, and they're very serious about it. So I think they're doing it. I'm spending my own money. The car's fun to drive. It lasted the whole time, and they're putting all the resources. A good friend of mine runs Ford Motorsports, Mark Rushbrook, and a lot of the people that I know are engineering I've known through amateur racing circles my whole life, so they're really passionate, and I think they're really smart, so they got the right people.
we've heard people talk over the years, WRL paddock has this buzz. I hold a personal opinion. I think the energy in the paddock, at the big events especially, is really electric.
Is this a big event?
It is,
Okay.
yeah. Sell out, 60 cars, Road Atlanta.
Okay.
It has kind of the feel of a Michelin pilot race weekend. Okay, maybe not everybody has the giant, side mount canopies like you see over here at Zealous. There's a lot more easy ups up and down the paddock.
I don't see any open trailers.
No, that's true. So maybe it sits somewhere in between. But it feels when I walk around the WRL paddock like this is an event. It's not just a bunch of people spending a bunch of money for fun. Like, people really take it seriously. They get into it. There is an air of competition and, to some degree, tension down in the paddock that these events create. Are you kind of finding the same thing in your debut with WRL? Or do you find it a little bit more relaxed?
I've never been to one of these. Haggerty used to have a marketing partnership about 3 or 4 years ago with WRL.
It was the WRL powered by Haggerty.
Powered by Haggerty.
Yeah.
So this is my first one. The competition is definitely much stronger than I thought.
Okay.
I do feel like it's an event, but it's an event for the participants.
Okay.
And there's a difference there. That doesn't mean it's good or bad, but it is decidedly different. The level of competition is better than I thought, which is great because, for a while I thought I don't need to race. I'll just do track days. I did that a couple. I was like, this isn't fun.
It just happens that fast, huh?
Yeah. It is. I'm shocked at from turn 1 to 5 when I'm with a group of cars, the mental capacity, every mental bit I have is exhausted.
Wow.
Every brain calculations I could do is being done. That may be a limitations on my intelligence. That's fine, but it's fun. It's not boring.
So you mentioned earlier you'd done the 25 hours of Thunderhill a couple of times over the years.
7 times.
We got our start doing the 25 hours of Thunderhill.
No kidding. What years? 2011
through 2016. We did live radio out at the event. We didn't have any of the video infrastructure we have now, but we were endurance racing fans. A lot of us got in through sim racing.
Oh.
And wanted to follow the event kind of in its heyday. So we put a team together, self-funded it, and got ourselves out there to provide some live radio commentary for 25 hours.
So you've been doing this for about a decade. I mean, you got a good voice.
To some degree or another. Yeah.
And I have a face for radio. Same. I don't think you do.
I don't know. The mustache might.
The mustache is definitely a face for radio.
Look, we love grassroots and endurance racing. The Thunderhill really kind of launch padded that for us, and gave us a platform to develop our commentary and race analysis skills, and then to overlay the video over the top of it, which is how we got turned in with the World Racing League back in 2017. My question for you...
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, as a media creator, what you are, so am I. I do these events, and the people in it are so excited about it, and it is exciting, and it's really dramatic, and a lot's going on, and you think, oh my gosh, the whole world needs to know about this. My experience has been, as much as I've tried to convey that story, nobody outside that bubble really cares that much. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. We found ourselves, to some degree, promoting to just racing. Right, which is okay. I don't know that necessarily the World Racing League, or look at somebody like SRO, right? You take that sprint racing and occasional endurance series, and you say, okay, does anybody care about it beyond the bubble of motorsports? Probably not. I don't know that there are manufacturers very heavily involved in promoting themselves through the series, but there are people spending money, and to that end, is it worth sharing and talking about? Yes, because it will. There is self-funding that goes on there. I don't know that anything like WRL or anything that we do at DriversEye Live ever gets put beyond that motorsports bubble.
Why? What does it take?
I don't know.
Because, I went to 24 Hours of Daytona a year ago, and there was a ton of people there. And if you look at the manufacturer involvement in professional road racing, it has never been stronger.
Yeah.
So there is interest there. I don't understand why it hasn't trickled to semi-pro, amateur ranks. I mean, you've been watching this closer than I have. Any ideas?
I think the manufacturer spend has a lot to do with it. I think IMSA is supported in large part by, the buy-in from companies like Ford, Porsche. There is a partnership fee, I think, that gets spent there on advertising and promotions.
But they wouldn't have done it if they didn't think there was interest.
Yeah,
and
very
it's
true.
Cadillac, it's Acura, it's Lamborghini. I mean, it's like 15 BMW, and they're not spending a couple $100,000 in those hypercars.
No, that's true. I don't know.
I don't know
It's
either.
always been a tough nut to crack. I don't know. I don't know that the on-track product with what we do here in the WRL is any lower key than what IMSA does.
Okay,
to be honest with you.
let me test this conclusion on you. When I left Mid-Ohio after the Mustang Challenge, I talked to Jim Farley. Jim Farley says Ford is about preserving the art of driving on and off road. My head about exploded.
Sure.
Because 2 years ago, Ford shut down Argo AI, which is the autonomous thing. And Haggerty, we've been talking about saving driving for 5 years. So this is like, I was like, oh, awesome.
Yeah.
And then you looked at all this refocus of driving and racing and humans. I just think 5 years ago, if any of us had imagined that road racing would be as healthy in the U.S. as it is today, nobody would have. Yeah. I don't think anybody would have. You would have said they're a fool if they said this is going to happen. But here we are. I mean, and I don't know. I'm just celebrating it.
And it should be celebrated. And we try and celebrate it here. You know, we also, in addition to our coverage of the World Racing League, we partner with the SCCA and the Hoosier Super Tour.
Oh.
And it used to be that being involved in the SCCA was kind of the only way into motorsports.
Yeah.
Was the easy way into motorsports. Now you've got more options than ever. You know, if you want to take the other side of that coin, you say maybe it dilutes the participant base across more organizations. On the other hand, maybe it gives you a different pathway in. Maybe you discover racing a different way or for a different reason. And I think amateur endurance racing has been a large part of that. I mean, the birth of organizations like 24 Hours of Lemons about 15 years ago changed. Oh, we've got a car off. That's the Zealous, number 88. JT, looks like that car's been in the, if not into the tires, very close to them at the exit or through the apex of turn number 6.
He's beached.
Yeah. We had the AOA, one of the AOA MX-5s off there yesterday, went straight off through the grass and the gravel, nosed into the tires, but also disappeared below our camera there. I don't know that the 88 has made it all the way to the tires here.
You know, it's fascinating to wonder what might have happened there because that car probably has ABS.
Yeah.
Maybe the ABS failed or something like that, but yeah.
Yeah, it looks like if you draw the tire tracks back through the gravel, it was out wide early.
You think over there?
So that's where the AOA car came to rest yesterday. They pulled it backwards out of the gravel trap. But if you look way out wide of the racing line, I wonder if maybe he dropped a wheel on the way into 6 or something like that and kind of snapped the car under braking.
I'll tell you what was amazing about 6. The outside lane had more grip than you'd think.
Sure.
I mean, you look at it, it's full of marbles. You thought this is going to be really slick, but I went through a couple times, not on purpose, and I was like, oh, okay.
Camera helps there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Being able to kind of lean on that outside tire a little bit.
Yeah.
As JT mentions, first full course yellow of the day at 9:40. Now, as it turns out, sometime between now and 9:50 is when we would have been expecting the shutdown for the mandatory quiet hours here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I suspect that this will be our lead into the red flag.
Oh, you don't think teams will get a chance to fill the fuel?
Oh, I think you can do it now. The 225 is into the pit lane. The 75 from AOA Racing is into the pit lane. Pit lane entry is still very much open. Pit lane exit is also open. In comes the number 40 from off the leash. While we were chatting here, Larry, we did have a round of pit stops for the GTO leaders. We thought that might happen around the hour mark, and that was exactly the case. This is now okay, how do you handle your run into the mandatory red flag period? Do you choose to pit, top off now, and circle back around to the tail end of the field a little bit later on? Do you risk going a lap down? It's all based on where your car is on track relative to your class leader. I think you've got to play this really smart. But being that we've just completed that first round of pit stops for the GTO cars, I think most everybody is likely to stay out here.
Boy, these cameras that are just based around the track are really effective.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
We've gotten good at it.
Oh, you installed them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I saw that. I
yeah, our production, our on-site production team consists of one.
Of one person.
That's how we do this.
I thought the track had these.
No.
You do it.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for doing it.
Yeah. We've, like I said, we've gotten good at it over the years. We picked the right angles to show good, amounts of track coverage, use natural terrain kind of to our advantage to show as much of the track as we can. Maybe some angles that TV cameras wouldn't normally get.
Yeah, because you know what you're looking for.
To show the elevation. Yeah. So we've We've got a remote producer, Jordan Worth, the professor.
There it is. There's our car.
Hey, the 91.
Who are you riding with? Who are we riding with today?
This is on board the 29 from Screaming Goat Racing. It's the LS-powered BMW it's the M3.
He's got an LS in that? No wonder. I was like, is that a V8 in that thing?
Yes, it is. Chevrolet V8. Tucked up behind the 91 Ford Mustang.
There's also one thrown in the Mustang we saw running yesterday as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yes,
the old
Liberty.
like 2004 red and white Mustang that has an LS in it.
With a Cadillac transmission, we were told.
Really?
Yeah, it's it's something.
Okay.
Piece of kit.
How about this? While we're full course yellow, the K car game this weekend is very, very strong. And what I mean by that, the Japanese K car pit cars. There's one right across there. There's that green one.
Yeah.
Down by us, there's one painted very colorfully. I think there's about 6. I put it on my social media how impressed I was. And I always tell my kids, I'm like, man, that's what's so fun about a race weekend is everybody brings their toys out.
Yeah. Yeah. The Random Vandals K car has featured regularly on social media.
Oh, has it?
And in photos over the years. Yeah, they love that thing, and we love that thing.
That's super cool.
And more people have caught on. But it's perfect. You can haul around drums of fuel, haul around tires, whatever you need.
So is there a way, like, what's the, excuse this dumb question, are people in the pits able to view their feed here? Or is it
Live
just...
on YouTube, live on Facebook.
No way.
Yeah. World Racing League over on YouTube.
Great.
Thank you.
What's going on pit exit?
The pit lane exit is closed,
Closed?
JT. Yes.
Okay.
So this now confirmation that this will be the in lap for the safety car headed into the quiet hours. They'll hold everybody down at pit exit. The safety car will come into the pit lane and park behind the last car waiting to get out of the pit lane, so that when we go back to green or go back to double yellow at right around 12 o'clock this afternoon, those cars waiting at pit out will be able to catch up to the back of the queue and essentially prevent themselves from losing this lap. The race leader will remain the race leader behind the safety car. The safety car will do one lap out, come back in, and we'll go back to green. But those cars that have pitted here have been able to top off, and in essence, their worst penalty or their worst outcome is they're just at the tail end of the queue, right at the end of the safety car line.
Oh.
So it's not a free pit stop. You're giving up the track position in the queue, but it means that when we go back to green, you've got
They get a whip around right away.
100 or whatever liters behind you.
I got it. Interesting. Well, I wonder what we did.
Looks like you'll have stayed out. Kingpin Racing was able to cycle through into the GTO class lead here. GTR 99 did not pit. They're second, but fourth in line. Third is the 74 from AOA Racing, who I think gave up just a little bit of time in the pit stop.
There goes the 91. This is Mr. Farley. It's the CEO of Ford. He's driving.
So
driver.
just off the lead lap in that number 91, with the race leader being, 3-4 cars ahead of it in line. We had been asked to keep a low profile regarding Mr. Farley. So we did some live coverage at the Classic 24, HSR Classic 24 last year.
Oh, yeah?
At the, down in Daytona. And Mr. Farley was just hanging out on the false grid, leaned up against the catch fence or the chain link fence, and Joe Bradley, who was doing the interviews along with our camera, just walked right up to him and said, "Oh, Mr. Farley, wonderful to see you here. What are you doing?" He was sharing a Ford GT40 with Adrian Newey, because of course he was, and he was just very casual about the whole thing. I know he participates in WRL races from time to time. He loves his road racing, obviously.
He's a good driver, yeah.
He's found a good home here in the World Racing League to kind of keep a low profile where it's wanted. But I also know that he doesn't shy away from the fact that he loves racing, or Ford wouldn't be doing what it is here. So it's cool to see him. It's cool to know he's out there. And obviously he's done a pretty handy job here at the start of the race for you guys as well.
Done a great job.
Yeah.
So, the Ford Performance Racing School trailer is down near turn 1. It's a big white one. If you want to come check out the GT4 car, I think it's running really well. We have one, the 92, I think finished 3rd yesterday. But super fast car, when driven well, we're kind of amateurs trying to do better, but the right hands, it's very fast.
What is it about the 92 that makes everything click over there? Is it the drivers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Drivers. They're
Okay.
professionals. Yeah.
I don't know who's in that car. I haven't seen a driver named entry list.
There's a couple of Tylers. Jeff Courtney's in it. There's
Oh,
three
okay, yeah, yeah.
drivers. This is my normal thing. I'm racing this year a Spec Racer Ford. So
Oh, yeah.
now I've got 400 horsepower. Things are happening a lot faster.
You have a Gen 3 Spec Racer?
Well, we're actually racing Gen 2.
Very
There's
cool.
a really fun little local series at Waterford Hills in Michigan.
Yeah.
My sons and I both racing them, and we're having a great time. And that's another place that I hope to do more volunteering, because they're all about passing on the art of driving and the love of it. And it's so touching to be among these people that are volunteering all their time to do schools and track days.
Yeah.
And, it's just brilliant. What a great community we're a part of.
It's the best. There's nothing like racing. I tend to get pretty romantic about it, and have over the years.
Yep.
Because I believe in its success, and I believe in what it means and what it represents to the people who really care about it.
Well put.
It's a pretty special thing that we get to do here with the World Racing League, and very blessed that DriversEye Live to have been a part of it for the last since 2017, really.
Well, the joke this weekend for us, my two buddies and I, is when we got started at SCCA, we had to make sure we had plenty of plywood with us so that we could jack our cars up on the grass field.
I'll tell you what, SCCA paddocks don't look that much different these days.
And now we're like, oh wow, there's somebody put a floor down underneath the canopy. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Well, Larry Webster, thank you for coming up.
Oh, thanks for having me.
I'll let you go and kind of enjoy your brief break here. Grab an extra cup of coffee and maybe an early lunch before, I assume, you get in the car sometime early this afternoon?
I'm fourth man. I was lead man yesterday, so I got a little ways. But come down and say hi during the break. We'd love to chit-chat with you. And thanks for doing this, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Larry Webster.
Oh, can I just plug one thing while I'm
please.
Hey, so I run Haggerty Media. We do all kinds of free media to try and pass on the car love. Follow us on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. Please go to our YouTube page. We have some great automotive videos with Jason Camisa, Henry Ketchpole, and Larry Chen. And Haggerty.com/media. And then if you'd like to join the Haggerty Drivers Club, you get a magazine that I produce. I have some copies that I'm happy to pass out if you come and see me at our trailer.
Please do that. If you're around this weekend, the FPRS trailer, the Ford Racing trailer, down near turn number 1.
Yes.
Yep. So if you're on site, by all means, go check them out. Yeah, as you say, wonderful people down there. We are going to wrap things up here on DriversEye Live. Larry, again, thanks for coming up. Best of luck to you the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. For us here at DriversEye Live, we will step aside, headed into this 2-hour quiet break. 12 o'clock will be our restart time. We will be back on the airwaves on YouTube and Facebook, and, of course, trackside with you here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's going to take us a while to sort out some of the peculiarities of what we've seen here. A couple of cars didn't enter the pit lane, including the 123 and the 44. So let's wait and see how that shakes out, and we will do that right around 11:55 before we refire race engines at 12 o'clock. For JT Tammy, Jordan Worth, and Larry Webster. More recently, my name is Brendan Kazmarek. Join us again at noon Eastern time for the resumption of the Sunday 7-hour enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
So we're about 4 minutes away from turning the commentary over to Brisbane Benchmark. And JT and Ryan and Robert with the World Racing League streaming video coverage. Wrapping up the 2-hour quiet time of what we call green flag racing. In just a few minutes, with 5.5 hours
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Round 6 of the 2024 World Racing League season continues on DriversEye Live. This is the resumption of race number 2, a 7-hour enduro to wrap up our fine weekend of racing here at, again, one of America's most iconic and storied sports car and endurance racing venues. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, still joined by JT Tammy. Jordan Worth is on production and will be in and out on the microphones through the afternoon. It's a quick procedure to get us back to racing here. If you're with us trackside or, of course, watching on YouTube or Facebook, welcome back. We've got just enough time here to get the cars restarted, send them out on a single pace lap, and immediately the safety car will be into the pit lane on this lap, and we'll go back to racing just in time, I think, for things to get a little damp around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Mr. Tammy.
Yeah, I think we're already starting to see some drops. A couple issues on pit road here with a couple cars not refiring.
One of them is Screaming Goat BMW, JT.
Yes, it is. And what that's done is that is checked up the line quite a bit. So now people are hustling around the track to catch up to the safety car.
I think, is the car ahead of the Screaming Goat one? Is that the All-Star BMW?
It might be. I can't tell.
I think that's first and second in GP1.
And look at what's coming across this start-finish line here. Ooh, we do see the Matt Connolly car coming out from the garage area.
Yeah, so here's the challenge here, JT. We've
the
got
wait-by cars.
Exactly, but they've made it back around before the field has left the pit lane. So this is right. They are supposed to go around at basically race speed to catch the back of the queue, but they've actually, if anything, gone too quickly and caught the back of the safety car line leaving the pits. The Screaming Goat car is being pushed. I think they're attempting a bump start there, but not having much luck. I'm pretty sure that's the 5, JT.
It might be, yeah. So those were your top two in GP1.
Yep, exactly. First and second. A quick note of housekeeping. 4 cars as the rain begins to fall at the south end of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. See if this changes the restart plan at all. But in the meantime, 4 cars that did not follow the procedure before the red flag a little earlier. The 123 of NFC Motorsports, the 44 of PC Racing, the 115 of Siegel Speed, and the 444 from Bruce Innovations. Those cars have been docked to the lap as a result of failing to, or invalidated the lap as a result of not following the procedure. They will be released from their position on pit lane once the field comes by. I would say to take the green, but I'm not convinced we're going to go to green this time, given the change in conditions down there at the south end. You would want everybody to be able to see this. At the same time, you want to be able to get some heat in the track to retain any kind of grip should this start to dissipate.
Yeah, and as we're starting to see, we do have weather coming in, and I believe it's supposed to be quite bad, at least for a bit.
Yeah, I'm seeing something like 35 to 45 minutes of rain to come here as part of a cell that's built up just to our south and west here in Brazelton. So this is gonna change things pretty quickly here. We've seen in the past the WRL staff make some judicious decisions as to whether or not we go back to green, let the track breathe a little bit. I think in this case, it is maybe the smarter option to go get some temperature into the tires, temperature into the track. The green flag waves at start-finish, and it's the 153 Mercedes who is at the head of the field, not necessarily leading the race overall. GTR, the 99 Toyota Supra, is your overall race leader by just a few car lengths from the 74 of AOA Racing. 89 from the 89 from 89X Motorsports. Also there in third as part of the same pack. 1 second separates the top 3 overall on the restart.
And we have a lot of cars on pit road too.
Yeah, it's a very spread out start. I wonder if these are tire and or driver changes with the rain beginning to fall there at the south end of the circuit. One of them is the 91 FPRS Mustang. Heard from driver Larry Webster a little earlier on. I think it's the 11.
The 11. So that was your leader, I believe, in GTO.
You know what? It may have been JT. It was very much in contention earlier on. through the first stanza of the race. Look at the rain falling
It is so.
at turns 6 and 7 immediately, even compared to the last time we came through here under full course yellow. It's been something like 2.5 minutes, and already Rooster Tails off the back of the GTO field, headed up the back straightaway.
Yeah,
really treacherous and tiptoey conditions down there, not knowing whether or not you're going to have grip at mid-corner, grip on the throttle. And still pretty dry up here at turns 10A and 10B.
Yeah.
Good here on the front straightaway as well. Pretty much top speed headed down through turns 11 and 12. The AOA Racing BMW hounding the back of the GTR 99 Supra. Dives to the inside on the brakes into turn number 1. I think the move is done, headed up the hill. Indeed it is. Power move from the 74 on the brakes past the 99 Supra.
I mean, if you're going to go now, because we don't know how this weather is going to affect the race. So while the conditions bear it, go race.
Yeah, that 74 is portraying confidence at the moment. Everybody else is a little tentative, trying to figure out if there's going to be grip when they go to turn in. I think that 74 knew it. Knew he was going to have grip at the dry end of the track and just chucked it in there on the brakes. 99 did a good job to recognize that the BMW was likely to make the move there. Room asked for, room given. And the race lead changes pretty much immediately after we go back to green here. 5 hours, 22 minutes is the time remaining on the clock. Checkered flag to come at 5:30 Eastern time this evening. One of the latest finishes we've had for a normal length, in air quotes, enduro in the WRL. So pushing things a little bit later.
All right, so I got to do this GP1 update. So
yeah, go for
189 HQ Autosport is our leader in class. They've got a 17-second gap over the BMW from Harrison Motorsports. Round 3 racing, 3rd place right now, a 1.5 behind them. We still have All-Star Racing and Screaming Go, I believe, on pit road, as is Fifth Gear Motorsports. That's a bit of chaos in our GP1 field.
Rain's beginning to pick up here at the exit of turn number 12 down the front straightaway. AOA, your overall race leader, having to breathe the throttle just a little bit at the bottom of the turn 12 compression. Wipers not through last time, but basically everybody down the hill now has got wipers at full tilt on board with the number 29, who has resumed up through turns 10A and 10B. I have to say, it's not as torrential as the sky color looked like it might have been. It's heavy, but it's not skating rink heavy. It hasn't turned the track into something unsustainable. It's much more gradual a transition here up at the north end as compared to what we saw when we came back to green down at turn 7. Yeah, this is where it looks the worst, I think, for sure, JT.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on the system to see if it's going to move more to the north or more to the east.
So, those who are from this area of the country will know better than I do, but the sense I get is that, particularly when you're dealing with these sort of Gulf Coast air masses that push into Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, you tend to get much smaller cells of rain that build as compared to something like Florida, where they grow very quickly. Oop, car off into the gravel. That is Bruce Innovations?
Yeah, the 444.
444, yep. These tend to be smaller cells that move more slowly. So it may rain for longer than you might otherwise expect, but it's also a much more localized cell, to the point that I wouldn't be shocked if it rains more heavily at one end of the circuit or the other as the weather moves through. Definitely picking up here at the north end now through turn 12 and down on the run into turn number 1. Rooster Tails out of it's the chrono competition car headed down into 1. Drier here at turns 3 and 4. See how our cameras handle this moisture throughout the afternoon as well. Are prepared for it. Everybody remarkably well behaved here, JT, given how quickly this all came on.
Yeah, I think everybody's, for the most part, once they've hit this this section of the track, is they're definitely checking up. They're taking it easy. You do not want to get stuck in the sand.
Yeah, I think it helped too that the start or the restart was as spread out as it was. I think if we had everybody packed up all together, it may have been a little bit more chaotic. Car the tires. That's up PGA. Number 40 backwards at the exit of turn number 7. I have to assume that car looped it on the throttle. Got to remember when it starts. Nope.
All good.
Able to make the 180 there and head off down the back straightaway. The rear wing is askew there, so it's hit the wall hard enough to do just a little bit of damage to the rear end of the car and the rear wing mounts. Doesn't look like it's in any danger of falling off or anything of that nature.
Our GP3 leader has taken to the pits the 455 from HC Autosport. That's promoting the 75 AOA MX-5 to the lead. That's our orange-livered MX-5.
So we should look at GP2 and GP3 here, JT. I'm not convinced that we had pit stops for most of our GP2 and GP3 runners. I think just about everybody was still in the midst of their first fuel run out to about an hour and it's about an hour 10, wasn't it? 9:40 was when we went full course yellow for the Zealous car down in the gravel at turn number 7. So I think these are likely to just be scheduled stops now.
Okay. That looks like that may have been the 162 from Open Throttle unlapping themselves from the 75 there as they go into turn 10.
Ooh, big wiggle for the All-Star number 5 there. Gets wide and then onto the wet curb at turn 10B, the right-hander.
The Mercedes NFC looking pretty racy around the 70.
It is. That car's been quick in the rain in the past, and they've got some work to do, much like yesterday, kind of beginning this stanza of the race on the back foot. 50 laps complete compared to the leader's 52 means they're now at a 2-lap deficit. But with it all to gain here, especially in changeable track conditions.
Oh,
it's really coming down here at 7. Look at the visibility or lack of visibility there. Sliding wide.
Yeah, you could see
trio
the
of cars.
Oh,
Squeezed onto the paint there, and the grip goes away immediately.
The GP1 Open Throttle BMW not seeing the 153 Mercedes. The issue going on exit there, the black-livered Aston Martin just plowed, and the first Open Throttle car had to check up there. You can see it's getting pretty bad over on the west side of the track.
Yeah, still remarkably dry on the run into turn 1, JT.
Look how
really.
Oh, we have a backwards.
Car.
Yeah, it's a gray M3.
That maybe All-Star Racing, the number 5.
Possibly, yeah.
And it's raining so hard here on the on
big
acceleration.
Oh, don't!
That was a rejoin.
That's the big mission 567, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, you can see the M4 having to go all the way to the edge of the track, getting loose.
Yeah. And then as you crest the hill here and work your way up through the gears down the back straightaway, it actually starts to let up a little bit. The run into turn number 9, the right-hand sweep, and then on the brakes into turn number 10. It's wet, but not sopping.
Yeah,
at this corner of the track.
Turn 7 is by far the worst. This is where you're going to start to lose grip, is going into 6, going up this hill here, and then right at the top is just an ice skating rink.
If we look down at the run into turn number 1, the cars at that end of the track don't even have rooster tails.
Yeah. I mean, look,
it's
almost dry.
It's not, but it sure looks it.
Yes.
And then here's your stark contrast there at the exit of turn number 7, and that is where we're seeing the most trouble. Very little grip down at that end of the course. It's a little flat there as well, which means water tends to pool. You're naturally headed towards a curb that obviously becomes instantly like ice once it gets wet. Little wiggle out of the 153 Mercedes there at 10. So far, though, I think the 40 is the only car we've seen actually make contact with anything at this point. That was the Ligier that backed it into the tires exiting turn number 7. On board the number 29 here, headed through turns 3 and 4, down into the S's. So far, just moderate rain.
Yeah, we need
Till
the
you get
S's
to here.
stay as dry as possible.
Yeah, so that is the concern. We've seen it, some of the more damp Le Mans runnings here over the years that, ooh, that's an 89X Aston Martin. We see water tend to pool at the bottom of the S's there, JT, and it can, I mean, you could be in second gear with all your feet off the brakes, feet off the throttle, and the thing will just rotate on you. It's really tricky there when it gets to be properly wet. So far, though, pretty manageable through arguably the highest commitment section of the course. Welcome back to you all. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday afternoon. It is damp here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but we're in for something, I think, pretty special here through the remainder of the afternoon. Tricky conditions are going to be changeable for the next 5 hours and 11 minutes. Rain here, this is starting in 1 minute. It doesn't know it's already raining, but looks like it's likely to continue for the next 25 to 30 minutes. Again, highly, highly localized. Pretty torrential rain down at turn number 7. Not even, or very little hint of a rooster tail up here at turn number 1. Hello to Moorhead Speedworks and those in the Moorhead Speedworks shop. Chad, I'm very sorry that you're not able to be with us today. Glad everybody's all right. Hopefully that Jeanette is repairable. Looked heavily damaged, but maybe not as bad as it otherwise might have been. And I bet you wish y'all were out here today. This does seems like Moorhead weather. Definitely seems like Johan weather.
Yeah.
The Zealous M3 is in the pit lane.
What?
Which is not where I expected to see it, as is now the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 50. Yeah, the 88's sitting right across from me.
So, yeah, we saw the Matt Connolly Pontiac come back out. We saw it just actually a few minutes ago out on track from one of the onboards we had. Yeah, that's interesting because last we heard going into the red flag, Zealous was planning to retire the car. They got the approval to tow the car off of pit lane.
Maybe they got it back there and realized damage wasn't as bad as they'd originally thought. I assume it made it to the tires, but yeah, maybe not. Yeah. The lead margin from AOA Racing now back to the number 70 Porsche, 23.2 seconds. And it's about another 2.25 seconds, excuse me, back to the 99 Toyota Supra of GTR 99. So that car's fallen from having restarted in the overall race lead now to sitting about 25 seconds adrift. GTU cars starting to make good progress forward. Those low-slung prototypes make a lot more aerodynamic grip than the bigger GT4 cars, and I think that's allowing them to keep their speed up just a touch. 150s and 151s, those NP01s are kind of, relatively speaking, rocket ships in these conditions.
They are, and something I did want to bring up earlier, the 58 went over an hour before taking fuel, which was quite surprising for me. To see those cars go longer than quite a few of the GTO entries.
No full course yellows during that initial stanza either.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really impressed with the driving to this point. Look out the window here from my perch adjacent to the Michelin Bridge, the exit of the last corner, and it looks the heaviest it's been on the run down into turn number 1, but that's also where it's been the lightest to this point. So maybe the rain now just beginning to move southwest to northeast and starting to impact, unfortunately, the higher speed sections of the course.
Full course yellow.
Double yellow. Oh, spun 89. This is at turn 5, beached in the gravel. I think he's facing the backside of.
Oh, the cutout that goes to the back straight.
Exactly. What used to be the school course or the short course. That's the tarmac we see in front of us. So he's facing nominally counter race there. Yeah, let's ride with the 28 here down to the bottom of the hill. I think when we get there, if you look off into the gravel trap on the right-hand side, you're likely to see a stationary black Aston Martin in the beach.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Remember, that was your second place finisher yesterday. At the moment listed in 9th on Race Hero, but up until things got really wet, was up inside the top 3. Worse yet for 89X Motorsports, that's still the lead car. The 289 has lost a fair amount of time, even despite having really only had under 2 hours of running. Pit lane callers now. The 369 is in from GP2. The overall race leader has pitted. That's the number 74 of AOA Racing. 123 of NFC Motorsports on another recovery drive, much like we saw yesterday, is also into the pit lane.
Pit exit closed here by the looks of it. Marshall stopping 2 cars.
Yeah.
Matt Connolly and didn't see the other one. Maybe. Little bit ago, just 3 minutes ago, maybe. I think the 997 came down pit road.
It did. Yeah, I did see it
No
in.
problem.
The 99 is in as well. The 70 did not pit. So that puts Round 3 Racing Porsche 991 Cup into the GTO and overall race lead. Stratus 58 comes through. I'm actually surprised the GTU cars didn't pit there. No, we haven't had a ton of running, but I would have figured with a relatively small fuel tank, you'd want to set yourself up here.
All right, 74 is released as is the Chattanooga BMW from GP2.
Yeah, released ahead.
Are they going to be able to go? No, they're going to have to stop here.
Yeah, I wonder why we've got the pit lane exit closed at the moment. Or we're not. Are we headed towards a race stoppage? Are we collecting the field and bringing them down the pit lane? One car did escape up the right-hand side of the pit exit.
Oh no! Looks like the 333 is going to get another infraction on pit road. They had a warning for fuel pan issue earlier. Now possibly a fire bottle not in place. I've noticed that quite a bit this weekend. A lot of people getting fire bottle infractions.
Yeah. I wonder here if we're headed towards a race stoppage, which is interesting because the conditions don't look really torrential anywhere except black flag. Yep, that's exactly what we're getting. They really don't look torrential anywhere except down at turn number 7.
Good to
The
see
interest-
89 back on track.
Yeah, quick extraction down there at turn number 5. It's easy to access for a lot of the safety vehicles there, and there's plenty of room to do the work. Just tow the car forward into the, as we said, the old short course. And now the safety car brings the field, led at the moment by the Seagull Speed number 115, down to the pit lane for the second time today. Amazing this accordion effect headed down the hill. Happens every time. At an absolute crawl on the way in. This is being listed in the race control log as an operational red flag, which is quite right. This is obviously not incident related. It is going to function fundamentally the same as the stoppage we just had for the local quiet hours.
Yeah, the reason for it
Just
doesn't
hold
sound like...
on. Yeah, hold on 1 second there, JT. I'm just waiting for a little verification.
Mhm.
It sounds like everything is made correct. There is some work that has to be done.
Yes. It doesn't
Locally
sound weather
here, yeah.
related.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Hopefully.
not sure a little water didn't have some influence there. Tell you what, though, great opportunity to go reset a camera. We lose any more, Jordan? Just the S's. Well, so we're going to end up stepping aside here for a minute on DriversEye Live as we head into a second operational red flag. Unfortunately, so soon after things had just gotten going again and were made particularly spicy, nearly as spicy as the papaya salad I had at dinner last night. I don't know if we've experimented much with Laotian food, but Four Elephants in Flowery Branch deserves a shout out here. Never been. Papaya salad as spicy as the conditions, that's for sure. So it looks like it's listed in the race control log, so I think it's fair to share at this point. Issue with the pit loop here on the Road Atlanta side. The track loop is fine, the timing loop. But as you can see on Race Hero, all of the cars have crossed the pit lane loop, but are listed as salmon, so not accounted for as being in the pit lane. And unfortunately, it's going to have to be sorted and fixed. I did notice some work going on there on Friday, which I don't know if this is an ongoing issue or what, but it is going to be addressed, and we'll have some work done here locally at the facility. Everybody take a breath, take a seat, a dry seat preferably. And we're going to step aside here while that takes place, get an estimate for you on when we can resume racing. Hopefully, well, I say in drier conditions, but the conditions actually really aren't bad at the moment. Just some light rain falling around most of the circuit, other than the big puddles we've got down at turn number 7. Yeah, Jordan doing his best to...
I was going to say the marshals at the turn 7 post might disagree with you a bit, but
yeah, that's where it's been the heaviest for the longest, for sure. So let's step aside here. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Jordan Worth will be back with you, hopefully with some updates here in not too terribly long, to when we can get racing back underway and head towards our checkered flag in something like 5 hours' time from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. If you don't hear from us, if you're here at the circuit, you may also hear from Dave Miller, who can provide the odd update at Ward 2. Keep your eyes on the skies for sure over the next little while. And yeah, we'll be back with you here in hopefully not so very long from a damp Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Quick reminder that you can stay in tune with the activities today on Road Atlanta Radio, 98.1 FM. It is on the air. Brendan, JT, Ryan, and Robert do a great job of keeping you up to speed. If you're still hungry or have not had lunch, the Road Atlanta Grill is open. The grill is located on the hill behind the tower. It's up there. the interim, while we wait to get things back underway, I'm going to put on a little bit of music.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Brazelton, Georgia. Round 6 of the 2024 World Racing League season is meant to press on. The final 7-hour enduro of the race weekend here on Sunday entered a second operational red flag of the day. The first for quiet hours, the second due to a issue with the pit lane timing loop. It sure seemed like that had been taken care of and addressed, and everybody was content with the situation and walking away from it. And just within the last 90 seconds or so, a note in the race control log saying we've had a lightning strike within 8 miles, and we're on for at least a 30-minute hold, 30 minutes from the last lightning strike. So that clock is now ticking, and I assume it'll be updated as and when we get future weather-related events. I will leave the formal announcements to Dave Miller here over the PA if you're on site at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. If you're on the stream and just hanging out for the afternoon, please continue to do so. We're going to continue to step away and allow the situation to marinate a little bit until we have an idea of when we expect to be back racing. If you are here, I would assume shelter is a good option, and Dave would tell you the same. I'll get with him here in a moment, but for sure find something stable and sturdy. Keep out of the open areas that would leave you a little exposed to things like lightning, and be safe. Please continue to be safe, and as much as you can, enjoy your Sunday. Hang out here on YouTube and Facebook. Leave us open in the background, and when we're ready to go, in hopefully under 30 minutes, we can resume and head towards our checkered flag at 5:30 this afternoon. So stay with us here on the World Racing League and DriversEye Live, and continue to be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. For the first time in 3 hours and 43 minutes by my count, we have race cars once again. Thanks for your company. Thanks for your patience. Very excited to be back with you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy are with you on the call this morning, or this evening. We're pushing evening. Pushing certainly well into the afternoon now, headed towards 5:30. An hour and 19 minutes remain on the clock. And like we said, 3 hours, 42 minutes under a red flag for weather. We've had the 2-hour quiet hour before that. We've had plenty of rain in the interim, lots of lightning within, unfortunately, an 8-mile radius that has held us without racing action. And now, looks like we've got 2 groups of cars that have rolled off the grid and now headed out onto the circuit. Now, typically when we resume from an operational red flag, it would be 1 lap out and in. I have a sneaking suspicion here that we may be doing a little bit of extra sighting just to get a sense of what track conditions are like. Jordan Worth and I, producer Jordan Worth and I, were just remarking off air that the track conditions actually don't look bad other than obviously wet. But standing water doesn't seem to really be a major issue anywhere that you would be placing a race car. That being said, notoriously the bottom of the S's between turns 4 and 5 do tend to collect some standing water.
Oh,
the car off, looks like into the barriers. Yeah, it's the Heraflight Sebico NP01. Actually, maybe not into the barriers.
They may have stopped in time.
Yeah.
So like we were saying, bottom of the S's, you can kind of watch cars come through here. At the very bottom of the dip, you can see there's quite a bit of water there.
Yeah, the problem is it's obviously the compression. So you're getting water from the from the top and from the bottom that just pools there at the bottom of the hill. Many years of footage, from wet Petit Le Mans of trenches being dug at the bottom there to try and encourage water to run one direction or the other. In any case, to not be on the circuit. You can actually see the loss of grip as you get to that pool at the bottom, and just begins to skate away from the 29. The 247 very happily is now moving. Our cars at the end, let's say the tail end of the lead lap, or the tail end of the queue that need to catch the tail end of the queue, were sat at pit out, are now on their way. The pace car itself is beginning to pick up speed, to try and get a little bit of temperature into tires, get a better sense of where the grip is and isn't out on circuit, and already a whole host of pit callers. Now, JT, you and I briefly touched on the question of what do you do with strategy from here on out. I don't know that we're out of the woods on weather yet, but I think the reality is that in these conditions, just about everybody should be able to pit here and make it to the end, even if we stay green.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we still see storms to the southwest, so there's always chance that, we could have another issue like we were in the past 2 hours. I'm not going to jinx it by saying what it is, but an issue. So it's, you either gamble on, all right, let's top off now, let's get everything ready to go towards the end of the race, or stay out now just in case we have to come down pit road. So it's an interesting strategy we're going to see play out here.
Yeah, I don't know that there is a right answer because there are so many question marks hanging over the conclusion of this race. I think if it were me, as you can see, the 289 taking tires, I think actually there's quite a few teams here that are just going to a full wet weather tire as opposed to the nominally treaded DOT tires that we do often see. I think my move here, if I didn't need tires, would just be to stay out and run it as long as you can and let the circumstances dictate how the rest of your race is going to go. Rather than to bring it into the pit lane at this hour without really understanding what it's going to look like. The 99 GTR is going to duck into the pit lane. That is out of 8th place.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the track surface is at the moment once we start going green, how it's going to evolve.
66 is stopped at turn number 9, driver's right. If we could maybe see that from turn 10. Yep, there it is. Down the hill on the racing line. The problem is when you let cars, or one of the problems, when you let cars sit out in the rain for a while, water gets into places it's not necessarily meant to be. And sometimes you run into electronics issues. In any case, that car's going to have to be moved.
They might be able to slightly bump start it down the hill.
Yeah, you'd think it would be able to start kind of rolling on its own there. Oh,
Oh no!
that's 28.
That is. This is turn
clearly
5?
Down at turn 5, yeah. Do we have this from the trackside camera, Jordan? Can you see anything on the walls by chance near the trackside cameras, Jordan? No, yeah, I think you can. I think that slight where the catch fence is, about 2 or 3 blocks past that, there's a little movement of the wall there that I don't remember seeing before, and it's definitely well past where the Heraflight car was.
Give me
the
one
247.
moment. I will go back and check. No, it looks like those marks may have been there previously.
Interesting. Okay. It definitely says spin and impact for a green BMW. We know that now to be the number 28 of Random Vandals Racing. And that's at exactly the part of the track we were talking about, where the water pools at the bottom of the S's. We still got our car up at turn number 9 as well. Well, between 9 and 10, really. 89 is into the pit lane. So as a race reset here, if you're just joining us, we'll recap where we've been quickly. It's chaotic. We went green at 8:30 this morning. 9:40 comes around, and we ended up having to go full course yellow for the number 88 Zealous BMW that was in the gravel trap near the tire wall at on the outside of turn number 6. That timing coincided with our need to shut down for the locally mandated quiet hour from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. We had just completed a round of GTO pit stops at the time, about 10 minutes prior to that. A couple of cars were pit takers as the double yellow was deployed. Come in and top off so that you can join the back of the queue with a fresh tank of fuel when we go back to Green Flag Racing at 12:01, which is exactly what we did. We went back to Green Flag Racing at 12:01 as the rain began to fall in Brazelton, Georgia. Prior to any lightning or anything like that. Very heavy rain down at the south end of the circuit, turns 6 and 7. Much lighter up here at the north end. 12:27 rolls around, and 12:21, rolls around, and we had to go full course yellow once again. We ran into an issue with the timing loop at pit entry. That needed to be dealt with. Timing and scoring needed to be rectified, and we needed to get all of our ducks in a row from that standpoint up in race control. Started to do that, and wouldn't you know it, about half an hour after we threw the black flag and then the red flag, we ended up with a lightning hold that, again, lasted from 12:55. Lightning strikes pretty regularly within the 8-mile radius, safety radius here at Road Atlanta until 3:35. Means the hold could be lifted at 5 minutes past 4, and we could fire race engines once again. It's been a tough whole day for just about everybody here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and challenging track conditions present themselves once again. From a race development perspective, the race is currently being led by the number 70. That's the Round 3 Racing Porsche 991.2 Cup. Trim Tech sponsorship on the sides of that vehicle. Stratus 58 and Stratus 59 are your GTU class leaders, those Sebico NP01s, second and third overall on the road. The 92 of FPRS Motorsports into the pit lane last time around. Again, my assumption is to take fuel and possibly change tires there as well. Pitted out of second in GTO. The 82 of Random Vandals. It's a sister car to the one that was in the wall at turn number 4. Actually sits, I think it's going to end up sitting second here as it cycles back through ahead of the FPRS Mustang Kingpin Racing, the number 338, is in that lead pack as well. The 74 of AOA Racing was at the tail end of the lead lap, cycled all the way back around to catch the queue a few moments ago when we got cars on the track again, and now sits roughly 45 seconds behind the overall race leader. GTR 99 also on the tail end of the lead lap. Just about everybody else is going to be a lap down, and JT here with about an hour and 9 minutes remaining. It's a really tall order in tricky conditions like this, unless you are a seasoned vet, to be able to find the lap time you're going to need to make any major progress outside of that lead bundle.
Yeah, no, really right now, the best thing you can do is try to be relatively conservative, unless you know specifically where the grip is going to be. Just there's quite a few slick spots here where it can easily catch the car out. You're going to have to understand that there's going to be quite a few cars of slower traffic that are going to be quite a bit more cautious in those areas. You're going to definitely have to plan for that. I'm really interested to see how these fuel stints are going to pay off here. If we get a little bit more, yellow here, these GTO cars in particular, they do around an hour, give or take. So it's going to come down to some craziness.
I think the rain and the drop off in
it's going to make things a bit slower.
Exactly, and much more friendly on the fuel economy. I think anybody that comes in now should be safe to the end. GTR 99 pits again, goes up on the jacks. They're going to change tires on that car now. I'm intrigued to know which way this is going, because this isn't the first pit stop for that number 99 under this full course yellow. I wonder if they're going towards wets or away from full wets, because the rain has all but stopped here at the north end of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You look at some of the puddles on the sides of the track, and they're not being hit nearly as hard with water droplets from heaven. And I just wonder if somebody's going to gamble here and say, no, the track's going to start to dry out before we get to the end of this thing. If we start getting a dry line, it's going to tear apart wet weather tires, full wet weather tires. And we're going to gamble on survival for the next 20 to 30 minutes and then come back into our own as the track moves back towards a drier condition. The challenge is going to be, JT, there's an hour 7 minutes remaining, and it's still relatively humid, well, quite humid actually, and not particularly hot. So where all that tire, or where all that heat is going to come from that's going to dry out the track, I'm not sure. Tires will do some work in funneling that water out of the racing line and away from the racing line, but they're going to take some serious energy being into this track to really dry it out. We're going to do another pace lap. Lights still on in the safe car.
Yeah, we're still rigging the car in turn 5.
Yep, that'll be the number 28. So first, second, and third place on the road are the third, fourth, and sixth cars in line. You'll see the blue, red, and white Porsche, followed by the blue and black Sevico NP01, the little prototype vehicle. There it is. One of the, I think it's the 55 AOA MX-5, and then the gold and black, number 59 from Stratus. Now that things have cycled through, the FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustang GT4 that was up inside the top 5 now slips to 7th as a result of the pit stops. Tire change for that car. GTR 99, I think now is pretty solidly the last car on the lead lap.
Yeah, I think they were doing that by the tire changes.
Yep.
They were planning that.
Yeah, nothing to lose there, really. If you've already pitted once, you're towards the back of the queue, you might as well come in, throw something at it, zig when everybody else zags, and know you're not really going to lose anything in terms of track position. 392 is noted for driving too quickly near safety at turn number 9. Not sure if this is an immediate penalty or if there's a warning here first. That would be significant, not JT.
Correct. They do not yet have a warning of any kind, so it's going to be at the discretion of the stewards.
Yeah, that is your G1 class leaders, is more to the point. Looks like they've got a lap or nearly a lap in hand over the PC Racing number 44.
Oh no, someone gave me the dock again for a firebox not in place.
It keeps happening.
It does. We had 6 of those infractions yesterday. We've had 5 of them today.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm not going to make excuses for anybody. Safety rules have been in place for ages. They've not really ever changed, right? But today is I don't ever remember covering a WRL race anything quite like this. It's been so start-stop. You're not really in the rhythm. You know, the rhythm and the mental state you put yourself in, whether you're a driver, crew member, strategist, engineer, whatever, is not... I mean, you've been kind of fading in and out of that role throughout the day, and more lately, just completely out of it, right? So you've got to put yourself back in that mindset where everything's got to be exactly right. Your equipment's got to be in the right place. You've got to have the right things with you, have your wits about you, and pay attention to where you are relative to everybody else and the race car. And it's easier now, more easy now than it has ever really been to make those types of mistakes, being that we've never really gotten our race into a rhythm today. Wonder if this forklift is headed down to move barriers at turn 4 and 5, or if it's on its way back from somewhere.
Good to see automatic racing inside the top 10 in GTO.
Yeah.
Up 7th with a bit of strategy there.
Haven't been overly complimentary to the car this weekend. The team, of course. Like, no, the team's got loads of experience, and we know we get out of automatic, but...
I meant to point out to you earlier. It's already mid-pack. Well, we have a new Mustang GT4 running closer to the back, but also ready to the front. And we've seen, you know, the older gen BMW M4s running both front and back of GTO, so it's capable. It's just there's so many cars that if you're not completely on the ball, you're running, you know, 18.
To be clear, the issue with the forklift here, typically this is sent out to go move concrete barriers after they've been hit. The issue is that it creates a leading edge, is what we call it. And the specific issue is that if you end up with misaligned concrete barriers, if you happen to be sliding along
it's bad.
That wall, you're going to hit the end of a wall that juts out relative to the direction of travel. And that obviously, it only takes an inch or two there to cause big problems, not just for you personally, but obviously for the car as well. It has the potential to put you back out into traffic, which is never, ever a good thing. So they've got to be aligned in such a way that your direction of travel, oh man, there's a lot of debris here. A bigger incident than I thought. Your direction of travel allows you to just skid along a plane of a wall rather than to meet any leading edges. So this is on board the 89 headed down the hill, basically at a complete stop. Wonder if this car's been into the wall on the right first and then bounced across to driver's left. Yeah. Sometimes also send the forklift to move tire barriers around. The 247 is back out, missing the front section of bodywork, the crash structure, I think you would call it, at the center front. Headed down into turn number 1. Never seen...
Extra weight.
Yeah, but you're moving weight away from the front. There it is. Looking something like a Gen 1 Daytona prototype. The Picchio. There goes the number 28 on the back of a flatbed. That's been, oh, look at that. Headed away from the scene of the crime. Our emergency vehicles are still there, obviously tending to the wall. Looks like the main focus is on driver's left. I think I may have had that backwards earlier. I'd wondered if it maybe went in driver's right, but looks like, yeah, we've got to move that barrier there, driver's left, just near the edge of the camera. Should be a relatively quick fix, and then they can escape at the school course cut there, turn number 5. This is a little bit unfortunate here. I don't think it's terribly surprising given just how wet the track has been, and obviously not having cars on it, you're really understanding the conditions for the first time. But it's unfortunate to lose the limited time we had left on the clock here to more laps under the full course yellow. I think the track is in a pretty raceable state right now.
At least most of it is, yeah.
Yeah, we can see it on the screen. Spectators around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta will have eyes on it as well. Other than the trouble spot down there at the bottom of turn 4 where the cavalry is leaving, I think we're in pretty good shape overall.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully. And everybody, we're under an hour remaining now. So we're looking pretty good. We're at the point where most of the GTO cars can probably make it from here. It's going to be a little bit on the closer side. Like, for example, the opening stint, both the 74 and the 89 did 55 minutes. So we'll see.
I think everybody can go. Anybody that's pitted since the red can go to the end, regardless of class. I think that begins with... I think it begins with AOA. And technically, they pitted prior to the red. They were at the end of the pit lane, remember, ahead of the safety car when the pit lane exit was shut. So I think AOA, FPRS, GTR 99, and then everybody that's off the lead lap here may have the opportunity to stretch it out to the end. I don't think we've seen pit stops from either of the GTU cars. We definitely didn't see the 70 in. I don't think the 82 has been in either.
By any chance, have you only heard race cars?
What do you mean?
I've been watching that map again.
I've only heard race cars.
Okay, good. Never mind.
Only heard race cars. Wonder, can we be headed back to racing this time around? Lights? No, looks like we do still have lights on in the safety car. 28 has been recovered to the paddock and will be dropped off at the Random Band of Racing trailer. Damage to clearly to the front, a little bit to the left front. It's not as bad as I would have thought. Just how much work had to be done to recover it, and then obviously the slight adjustment to the barriers. Double yellow flag still out at corner station 9.
Good.
Safety car will stay out one more time. Full course yellow went out at 4:09:58. Call that 4:10. It's now 4:34, so an extra 25 minutes now under the safety car after we lifted the red flag hold.
Speed syndicate hits from 13th in GTO, and that looks like Screaming Goat, I think, coming down. They are 4th in GP1. GP1's currently Harrison Motorsports in the 392. On the same lap, just at the tail end, PC Racing in second and HQ Autosport in third. The good news is, I believe, well, yeah, so Screaming Goat will stay ahead of Montgomery if they go back out. So they should be able to hold on to fourth there.
Yeah, worth noting, by the way, you mentioned this at the time, the Screaming Goat BMW again failed to restart after the red flag. Was stationary on the lane until basically the whole field had left. Second time that's happened exactly the same way. It was finally able to get itself restarted and sent. .53 and a half minutes on the clock. Unofficially in the top left corner of your screen. That is pointed at 5:30 exactly this afternoon. Just the metric used upstairs in race control. Counts 2 times in swing this weekend. Particularly today, Dave McDaniels, one of our favorites here at DriversEye Live, had his hands full for part of the day. Race Hero has not been cooperative the last 2 days either, so dealing with that headed into today. Finally, things have kind of resolved themselves, but then, as ever, new problems. Been handled like pro. Pace has definitely picked up here on the back straightaway. We've moved a fairly healthy amount of water away from the racing line from where
Lights
I
are
can
out.
see at here at turns 11 and 12, as JT mentions, lights out on the safety car. And for the first time since 12:21 this afternoon, we will have race cars in anger. Green flag waves at start finish. The number 70 Porsche shows the nose inside of the open throttle BMW. The Stratus Racing number 58 hangs tight to the back of the rear engine Porsche Cup car headed through turn number 1. I think that car is going to have good grip. That number 58 headed up through 1 and 2 will show the nose headed into turn 3. This is a battle for the overall race lead. Maybe not for a class victory, but for sure favors the GTO car at the moment. Excuse me. GTO car showing good pace. Third place is now the car directly behind them, the number 59, and then you've got to count back quite a few cars until you find the fourth place car overall, the number 82 of Random Vandals Racing. Through the trickiest spot on the track where the water has pooled most significantly between turns 4 and 5. Every driver has seen this now at least a handful of times and knows exactly how the cars are likely to behave. Down into turn number 6 with the leaders all together. There is the 82 taking 2 cars at once on the way into turn 6 and making their bid towards an overall podium. Still second in GTO, mind you.
Yep, keep in mind we have 8 cars on the lead lap right now, 6 of them in GTO. Massive gaggle coming out of 7.
24 seconds separated those 8 cars, JT, when they came across the line to take the green flag. It'll be a fair bit less than that, I think, at racing speed. Big wiggle out of the 99, which is that last car in the lead lap. Remember, they were in to change tires, the latest out of anybody, and we had wondered whether that was to go from wets chosen earlier to dries, in the hopes of the track drying out a bit. That instability at the rear end would suggest that maybe that's the case. Good dive from the 74 to clear the number 64 open throttle BMW. That is the AOA Racing BMW M4 GT4, top 5 overall at the moment, 3rd place in GTO. And I think with it all to do to try and catch the race leaders with 50 minutes on the clock, I like that car's chances. It's been super stable all weekend, really quick for much of the day yesterday. In fact, led a good portion of the race. It's been very good today as well. And being one of the newer GT4 cars, I think has all of the tools necessary to navigate these tricky and what are likely to become fairly changeable conditions over the last portion of our Sunday Enduro. It has fully stopped raining here on the front straightaway. I am happy to report potential for light rain in about 15 minutes, but you can see just how much progress the track has made since it quit raining in, well, the last 15 minutes or so. Really substantial movement of water away from the racing line. I don't know if we're going to get a fully dry line or anything approaching it, but yeah, quick progress being made here to the racing surface now that we've got race cars going around in anger. The 3 leaders all together headed through turns 11 and now 12, 70, 58, 59. No traffic to navigate at the moment. Will be confidence inspiring for these drivers, I think. Get yourself out there with a little bit of clear track ahead of you. No visibility concerns now that the rooster tails have dropped a little bit. Side by side going into turn number 1, the 123 shows the nose on the 74, who itself is up the inside of the chrono competition BMW. It's the number 62. That is the number 225 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra in that mix as well. That car is a full lap down, sits in 11th. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we've also got battles for 9th on back with the GTO cars that currently sit 1 lap down. That includes the group of Automatic Racing, the 909 Aston Martin, the 289 from 89X Motorsports, the 225 from Thunder Bunny, the 123 from NFC Motorsports, and then a gap back to the 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates, who's also on that lap. So that'll be the urgency for the 123, is that they've actually got some work to do to catch the bulk of the cars that are on or battling for positions on their lap. While it may not sound like much, remember that 123 is absolutely a full season entrant and could use some points here after a I think it ended up being a 4th place finish yesterday, a 4th or 5th place finish yesterday.
For the, which one?
The 123.
The 123. I'd have to double check. I initially had them in 5th, but they may have had some post-race penalties.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't remember, but I think you're right. I think they ended up 5th. It was a good recovery drive from them nonetheless. Yeah, again, they'll be looking to try and pick up as many points as they can here.
Good drive right now from the 701 of Round 3 Racing. Initially had taken this restart in 8th. They have since gotten around the 5th Gear Motorsports Porsche and the BMW of Open Throttle in the 64. So they are now up to 6th.
Yeah, out of the GP1 cars, the bulk of them are BMWs, so they've gotten the weight out of the front axle. The 550 and the 701 are going to have that weight substantially further rearward, and you would think that the conditions would favor those cars at the moment.
Yep, because it is the quickest car in class.
There you go.
Last time by, they're still a minute and a half behind Screaming Goat at the moment, but they are lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah. Remember, too, up in the GTO and GTU categories, we've got the teams have got their choice of tire brand, which does tend to make a bigger difference in the wet than it does in the dry. So far, everybody fairly evenly matched, all things considered. But down in the production classes, it's all Continental, so that variable is taken out of it. And as JT said, definitely favoring those mid to rear engine cars. There's really no way around vehicle dynamics when you're dealing with conditions like this. On board the 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, climbing the hill into turn number 5. Dark, fairly menacing clouds building to the south once again. Much like the view we had about 4 hours ago, JT, 4.5 hours ago, but was substantially drier at the time.
Going to be very careful here with the 55 AOA Mazda MX-5 on the inside of going through 6 and 7 here.
Lap times at the moment generally in the 145s and 46s. The FPRS Motorsports Mustang, 15 seconds off the racing lead, puts in a 143.4. GTR 99, a 147 flat. Whatever their tire they're on may or may not be the correct one, which I realize says nothing at all. But it is noticeable that they're just a tick off of the pace that the fastest cars in class are doing at the moment. It's also worth noting that there's no real way to verify any of this, but different teams have different agendas. And when races get compromised, priorities change. And what I mean by that is there are some teams that are crewed largely by high-level drivers, pro drivers, let's say, or pro-adjacent drivers, and some that are out for the track time to be competitive and to get their time behind the wheel of a race car. Ultimately, that's always the discussion you have about the money you spend to go racing. And in some cases, being that we haven't really been able to cycle through a full complement of drivers, I wonder if there are some teams that said, no, you know what, I'd really like to go out and just be a part of the action, kind of get a feel for the wet conditions, make myself better by being out there and getting this type of experience, rather than saying, no, put the fastest driver in the car, the most confident driver in the car, and let them go try and win the race. That varies team to team very much.
Definitely. Across the line, 909 automatic Aston against the 225 Thunder Bunny. Thunder Bunny's just a little bit quicker at the moment, so that Aston's sliding just a little bit further back in the field. NFC Motorsports being able to get around them.
That's big gains being made by that NFC Motorsports Mercedes. Now is third in that row of cars that was off of the lead lap. Is that Kingpin car off the lead lap as well, that 338? I think they are.
They
that much
yeah,
further up the
they're
road.
I think just slightly over one lap.
Okay. Impressed with the driving once again here, JT. We saw really heads-up work by the field when the rain started to fall most heavily right around 12, a couple of minutes after 12 o'clock. And now as the track dries and starts to come back to the drivers, again, very heads up, very calm, very consistent. Nobody making big lunges, which is what you like to see.
And we see coming down under braking here, the Aston still holds off the Supra, but just behind, the 74, our red and white BMW there from AOA Racing, I believe, did pass the 82 of Random Vandals on the back straight there.
Yes, that is the case. Here they come at the camera. That's the red-nosed BMW G82 with the F82 behind it.
And the Mustang right behind both.
And that has been the quickest car, the quickest GTO car, certainly in this lead lap pack. Potential for rain here beginning once again in 7 minutes. So tension remains high.
Mustang's going for it into 4.
And a tricky move in the wet. Aggressive but fair. The 82 complies. And that is now a change 4. I count again. Third place in GTO. I got to be honest, JT. If you're telling me we go green to the end, I think it's a no-brainer for that AOA number 74. They've been so much more consistent throughout really the balance of the weekend, but especially in these conditions earlier and since we've gone back to green. Heavily favoring that newer gen BMW and the drivers that are behind the wheel.
NFC Motorsports is caught up to the back of the 289 Aston. We see coming through on the exit of 10B here. And I believe just behind them is the 338 Kingpin, possibly? Yeah, sure enough. So Kingpin has lost 2 positions that lap, I believe.
Yeah, they're about to fall into the clutches of the 909 here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kingpin's pace is just these past 6-7 laps has just been over the 2-minute mark, unfortunately.
I mean, there's any number of things that can cause that. The track has seemed to stabilize in terms of overall condition and maximum pace. Minute 45s and 44s now for a couple of our leaders. Got to be honest, I'm a little surprised the Stratus GTU cars haven't really picked up substantial pace relative to the race leading number 70. Those cars were super, super quick in the rain for our brief stint in the wet conditions earlier on between 12 and 12:20. Gained heaps of time and all kinds of positions. Look at a fog there in the runoff. On at turn 7. That is where we expect the rain to arrive from. Generally, it's been moving southwest to northeast, and certainly was where the heaviest of the rain arrived earlier on this afternoon.
Another updated GP1 real quick. Screaming Goats within 2 seconds of the 24 of BMM Montgomery Motorsports. Round 3 racing still a minute 20 behind, so they've taken out 8 seconds in the past, 6 minutes or so.
Side by side, 225 from Thunder Bunny and the 74 of AOA Red.
74 is going to run.
Yeah. Whoa, the 92 is right with them.
The 92 does.
Yep. Looks. Is going to look around the outside of turn number 12. Thinks better of it. Moves back to the inside, trying to set the move up down the front straightaway. They are going to be side by side headed into turn number 1. Mustang up the inside of the BMW, all in arrears of that number 225 Thunder Bunny car. 1 lap down. Change again for now second place in GTO, 4th place overall.
And that's letting AOA's Aston Martin just get a little bit more of a gap over the Thunder Bunny here, who's now having to watch the mirrors quite a bit more.
Yeah, that 80 number 289, isn't it? The higher place of the 89X Aston Martins. Just a little bit of breathing room. I'm sorry, it's the 909 is directly ahead of the 225.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. The 289 is going to be the next car up the road, but there's a little over 6 seconds between them all. So much for it being a no-brainer for that number 74. That 92 is absolutely flying in these conditions.
Clouds rolling in turn 7.
We'll call that weather. No rain, just some raindrops I see in the puddle there next to the tire wall on driver's left. I think they are.
They are.
Just as we begin to see some gray patches of asphalt there to the edges of the track up at the north end, I think we're starting to see raindrops once again at the south end. Question is, as the track changes back the other way, who is able to take advantage? These transition type conditions towards dry seem to be favoring the Ford Mustang number 92 at the moment, and of course the number 74 still making, not that time, but generally have been making progress towards the lead trio overall with 13 plus seconds still to gain. Look at how wet it still is here at 4 and 5. For all the progress we've made at the north end, this middle section of the track is still really, really damp. And now our camera's picking up the raindrops on the way into turn number 6. .123 here, I think, is in position to put themselves back up onto the lead lap. Fog hanging in the trees to driver's left there. Same at the exit of turn number 7. Adds for really atmospheric conditions. The blinking rain lights headed down the back straightaway. Cars approaching 135, 140 miles an hour, even in these conditions. There is that 123 Mercedes headed under the Fox Factory Bridge. and directly onto the rear end of the number 70 Porsche Cup 991, who lets the Mercedes go down the front straightaway. Don't know that we have enough time, even with the potential for a full course yellow in these changing conditions, for that 123 to get back into this lead fight, but it's not going to prevent them from trying. Minute and 8 seconds is the gap from 123 to 99 on the road. Pit stop for the number 91 Ford Mustang. That is the more amateur, let's say, of the Fords being campaigned by FPRS Motorsports this weekend.
Yeah, that might be just to shift a new driver in the car, just a little bit more seat time.
Yeah, yep. Again, different teams and cars have different priorities.
Unfortunately, the 64 open throttle just losing a little bit of time compared to their competitors, allowing both 5th Year Motorsports and the 567 and Big Mission to move up in class to 7th and 8th, respectively. Screaming Goat has got around the 24 of BMM Montgomery Motorsports to move into 4th. Round 3 racing, still a minute 20 behind, as the pace at the front end of GP1 has started to definitely ramp up. Starting to see sub 1 minute 50 laps,
which is within striking distance of GTO pace being set at the moment.
Yes.
Shouts, by the way, to DD Autosports, 139.6 last time around. Is that right? That car's now been in the 40s and the 41s for the last several. That is remarkable pace. Like bananas pace. The only other car that's anywhere near that is the other NFC Motorsports. The other Mercedes, campaigned by NFC Motorsports, number 123, who puts in a 140.6. Some lead times now from the Stratus cars into the 141s this last time around, and that has allowed them to catch the back and now pass the number 70 Porsche Cup from round 3 racing. So the overall lead now goes to the Stratus number 58 within the first half of the lap. And now the Porsche is the meat in a Sepico sandwich. No changes in class position here, obviously. These are 2 GTU cars fighting with a GTO car. But let's not forget that these Stratus cars, despite being teammates, are still going to compete for an overall and GTU, well, potentially overall, definitely a GTU class victory. So the 59 will not want to spend too much time behind the Porsche Cup car. Look at the rain on the back straightaway.
Yeah, 10's going to get pretty tricky here in a second.
Yeah, the good news here, JT, is it's not like we're coming from slicks into heavy rain. We've seen conditions like this before today. We saw conditions like this as we got the cars off of the pit lane. It is absolutely belting with rain, headed down the hill into turn number 12. Into the pits comes the number 59. Not lose track of that either, JT. We didn't see that lead trio into the pits at any point after the red flag was lifted. So this is the first of those lead cars overall to blink and head to the pit lane.
All right, and request has been put out for all teams. Lights need to be on race cars.
Yeah, I will say the atmospheric light has dropped off considerably here at the front end. The jumping you see on the camera, by the way, here at turn 5 is the ferocity of the rain hitting the sun shield we've got on the camera. Big wiggle for the 289 Aston Martin headed down the hill into turn number 12. I think we're approaching the aquaplaning conditions here pretty quickly.
The 153 is moving on the back straight there while driving in a straight line.
Car in the wall headed down the hill. Is that the 997?
Possibly.
Oh, another car in the wall on driver's left, skidding down over the tunnel, and is now going to spin back onto the track.
Oh, across the track. Yep, that is a black M4 GT4.
Yeah, these are now aquaplaning conditions. That may be the 9.4. If that is that GPS number right, 45 miles an hour. Look at the cars dancing around in the straight line. Oh, the 997 is about in the wall, headed into the pit lane, keeps it off of the concrete barriers. This is remarkable condition. These are remarkable conditions.
Yeah, considering how slow cars are having to drive right now on this
Oh my
back
goodness.
straight. This is a, yeah, full course yellow. That's a good call by race control.
We've got there's a car headed down the hill.
Oh yeah,
at
off the
turn
track.
number 12. Yep, in the motor, it literally could not make the turn, cresting the hill under the
Oh
Fox
look,
Factory
one's
Bridge.
gone. Yeah, he's on the grass here.
Yeah, he's trying to get back to the racing surface. That's a Libre Racing number 16. I've never seen anything quite like this at a WRL race weekend. These are remarkable conditions. I think the closest we've ever come is with cars sitting on the pit lane, stationary when we've been under a lightning hold, and obviously the lightning radius leads the rain. These are to have gotten away with basically 2 whacks into the wall that turns 9 and 10 before we had to throw the full course yellow is pretty incredible.
So I'm thinking the one into the turn 10 wall is 9.4 Motorsports
No,
BMW.
it's being listed as the 70, JT.
So that, I think the 70 was the one who went the other time.
Yeah, that's the 909 backwards at the bottom of the hill at pace car speeds. That is down the hill at turn 12 doing something like 35 miles an hour, and the car absolutely washes away.
So the 70 is not Salmon yet on Race Hero. Automatic Racing is because, well, they just spun there.
Yeah, I think that's the 84, JT. I think we were right
Agreed.
the first time.
Yeah, so I think that's a separate incident. I think the 70 report is possibly on the 997, which we did see briefly having that issue down in turn 10. They are now on pit road.
And now into the garage, JT.
Yeah,
they're
pushing
it in.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of water being shoveled away from the front corners of these cars. It is continuing to just. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad even at pace car speed. With this might need to go red.
Problem here is with 27 minutes on the clock, how much time can you spend under red before you've got to?
That's the thing.
And let some of this water that is now.
God,
the whole
look
track
at the
is
splashes
standing water.
here.
Yeah, the whole track is standing water at this point. Or running water, as the case may be. And the starter has the black flag in hand. I think that's exactly where we're headed.
Is our tire barrier moving there in turn 5?
Go back to that, Jordan.
Our tire barrier moved to the right.
Is that a tire wall or is that a No, that's a flat toe.
Okay.
See the hook on it. Yeah,
there we go. There we go. I was gonna say,
that's not unheard of, by the way.
To the right, and it's like, wait, what?
That's not as ridiculous as it sounds. Tire barriers have floated in conditions like these before.
We may need to provide paddles to the drivers to navigate some of the lakes here.
I mean, it is not an exaggeration to say it is going to be more difficult for these drivers to get the car back to the pit lane now than it was to go racing 25 minutes ago.
Yeah.
At speed. The wind has picked up here a bit as well. It's been raining pretty much straight up and down for the last, anytime it's been raining today. We never really got any sort of major thunderstorm.
Oh, the 701
off and on.
To find a little bit of grip, maybe? I don't know, but that was not good.
We're going to have to get these cars back to pit lane. The problem is, I don't know that anybody's caught a safety car yet, have they?
I'm not
sure.
sure.
Maybe headed through 8 and 9 now.
And here's the thing. We're still under full course yellow right now.
Yeah.
So we haven't black flagged it. The 84 is still in that wall in the braking zone for turn 10. The 247 hair flight at the bottom of the S's here.
Yeah, it is now crossways to the track. Fortunately, an EV has already been dispatched. I think they're probably just going to go cover that car until everybody gets into the pit lane. The 701 is at an absolute crawl headed down the hill. Like, genuinely walking pace. And now comes to a stop?
Oh, come on. Come on, guys. Come on.
I wonder if they're trying to figure out what... Oh, no. I think that car's got a problem.
Oh, no. Red flag.
Wow, red flag.
Yes.
So that's stop on track. That's not.
That should
Oh
be,
my God!
yes. But
Look at
cars
the
are
water
moving,
being
so
moved by the Bruce Innovations car.
these guys need to stop. They should be able to see hopefully
Yeah.
they can see the starter stand. I don't know the visibility,
Good point.
but yeah, so we need to go, full course red, stop everybody on track. We need to get these emergency vehicles to the stranded cars just to make sure everyone's okay.
Yeah.
Because we still haven't got to the 94 yet. Or the 84, sorry.
Yeah, 94 Motorsports, number 84.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say at these speeds that the safety vehicle is probably going to be the quickest things on track.
Oh,
You might
absolutely.
might as well give them the space they need to get where they need to get to.
Yeah, this is torrential radio. And, you know, we might even have a... Oh, who knows?
This is remarkable. At the risk of making too big a deal about the conditions, if you're watching from home, first off, if you're standing trackside, God bless you. Please find somewhere to hide for the next little while before you start to tear down your campsites or whatever. If you're inclined to leave, I don't blame you. If you're watching on YouTube, no camera on board or trackside is going to accurately portray just how hard it's raining, and more to the point, just how much water is moving down the track. I mean, it is the whole track is a river at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The whole track. Greg Ginsburg. We know Brendan doesn't have his waders. I don't own a pair of waders, Greg. I sacrifice shoes for the cause.
I was going to say, I saw Greg put that in chat, and the first thing I thought of, guys, I gotta go, guys. It's the rain,
We're past
guys.
that point. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait this one out, or wade this one out, as the case may be. So I was here at Petit Le Mans in 2009. Black flag, red flag is now black flag. So this will be everybody to cycle back around to the pit lane. I was here at Petit Le Mans in 2009. Was the first Petit to be rain shortened. We had, I think they called it. It was either 100-year or 1,000-year flooding, and rainstorms. The week prior, the weekend prior was Petit Le Mans test weekend, and it was truly remarkable how much rain fell then. There was a forecast going into the race weekend that Saturday was supposed to be particularly wet again, something like an inch of rain expected to fall that year. And it wasn't that an inch of rain was going to force them to cancel the race. It was that the flooding from the weekend before gave it absolutely nowhere to go when it did start to rain.
Yeah.
Those conditions were unraceable, undrivable. This is far worse.
Yeah,
this is far worse than we had in 2009. 52 was.
So the 52 may have accidentally gone too wide here. We did see the AOA car was stopped a little bit too long.
Yeah.
But has moved. Good news is the 701 did move out of the final corner. Unfortunately, Screaming Goat has not yet moved.
So the 123
has
has not come into the pit lane here. I wonder if they were in the pack that was in the pack that was at turn 12, or if they were in the pack that was on its way into the pit lane. I half wonder here if the nature of the move to the double yellow, the red flag, the black flag, and what we have to assume at this stage is going to be a checkered flag, although we'll wait official word on that for sure, is going to result in some type of count back to the previously scored lap. I'm not sure in conditions like these that you want to provide any incentive to quote unquote brave it out. The Screaming Goat car has once again failed to restart. This time out on track over at turn number 12. A flatbed has arrived to that car again. My guess is they'll be able to get it going with a bump start. Jordan correctly points out the need for a defogger on board the 82 Random Vandals car.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. What iRacing needs. Internal fogging simulation.
So I run on my Miata. I have a NACA duct, just on the just off the A pillar, that purposely breathes air directly onto the front windshield. And so I've gone up the hill Laguna Seca in just torrential rain, and I just have it like just a periscope view of the track.
Sorry, Jordan, can we go back to that turn 10 camera? Look at the water running down driver's left across the apex curb of turn 10. That brown is all running water off into the gravel. There's the river we were talking about earlier. It's running downhill from the curb at the exit of turn 5 all the way through driver's right until it settles there at the bottom of the hill. This is the Libre 16, I think. Now, this car was in the pack at turn 12 that had already passed pit in.
I hope they can make it to the hill.
I mean, the splitter is a shovel here. That is insane. Oh, my goodness. And again through the standing water.
Yeah, look at that lake.
The black flag is still being displayed at Boy from New York. Good test of your waterproofing. Buddy, have I got news for you.
Our plastic baggies? Maybe.
No, JT, I'm not kidding you. I put a battery on the ground, as is my wont, in the support pit lane little walkway here. It is attempting to float away.
I fully believe it. Is it in the blue bag?
No, it's in a Ziploc bag.
Okay.
Can we cut to the last camera, Jordan? So this camera is now tilted because the only thing preventing the battery preventing the battery from floating away is the 6-foot iPhone Lightning cable. Yep.
Look at that river on the right.
That's what's trying to float my battery away.
You know, I gotta say, part of me really wants to see the camera get dragged down the river. Just to see something moving on the racetrack. Oh, that poor BMW.
I will say, the rain is letting up ever so slightly.
The wing came off. Yeah, I gotta say, I feel really bad for round 3 racing. The last time we were here in GTO, we had horrible rain during our GT only race, and that poor 997, and I believe the same spot, coming down 9 into turn 10,
it was.
Into the wall. Just, there's nothing you could do at that point, and we saw it again today. So that's a bummer. That's not something they want to deal with again. I know Brad was super excited yesterday to see that car take the checkered flag.
Yeah. It'll be ugly flashbacks there. The good news is it didn't look like quite as hard a hit. And that car was
they were able to bring it to the pit road.
Exactly, under their own power.
Yeah.
Fighting a losing battle there, my friend. and a potentially futile one. Now under 15 minutes on the clock.
As Jeffrey asks in chat, could the 70 win if the flag gets checkered now? In GTO, yes. The 58 still leads overall. As Jeffrey asks,
I will add this one other caveat. I don't know if there are provisions in the rules that allow race control to use, I think what the English commentators would prefer to say, what we call countback. I think we'd say we would roll the results back to a previous lap. The black flag is being pulled in and now waved just because they're shaking water out of it. What I'm waiting for is a checkered flag.
Yeah, I'm thinking of one of the
Checkered
races
flag.
at Macau.
Checkered flag. It is now on the race control log, 5:15 p.m. This race is official with 80 laps complete after 8 hours and 46 minutes. That is a tale of our day, if one could ever possibly be told. I mean, one of the most challenging days I've ever spent at a racetrack. Not necessarily from us, but in terms of what you anticipated with the excellent racing we saw yesterday, as checkered flag waves at start-finish, to the challenges of today, the time we've spent under red, through, unfortunately, the hands generally of Mother Nature. This has been one of the racing days of all time. Barely. Oh, that camera's not going anywhere. The battery, on the other hand. So, dear viewer, let's finish this thought about the 70. If there is a provision to roll the results back to a previously scored lap, I think if you were going to try to make a case for it, you would say, well, we don't want cars driving around at slow speed to behind the safety car, trying to catch the safety car, to impact the results, right? And in particular, the issue there is that the Stratus car, it took the lead. It took the lap prior to the double yellow. Yeah, it was the lap prior to the double yellow. So it did score one green flag lap as the overall leader. So I don't think we'd go back that far. So I don't know that we're going to end up in that position. I think this race is going to go to the 58. We'll see what happens with the 59, who I don't think made it. Oh, no, they're in the lineup. They lost a ton of spots. They fell all the way to 6th overall. I wonder if that car was just literally floating through puddles.
So keep in mind, the 59 did pit with 30 to go.
Oh, you're absolutely right, JT. Thank you.
Yes, the 58 had not.
You're
So
correct.
I think we were expecting the 58 possibly to come in soon. They did not, so...
Yeah. Really good point. Really good point. All right, well, I don't think we need to stretch this out too terribly much longer. And there's, sadly, just not really much to recap. JT, if you have any thoughts, I'll let you at it. But other than that, I think we can start packing up and drying ourselves out.
Yeah, pretty chaotic. It was a day of days. Just real quick, GP3. It looks like the win's going to be going to the 75 AOA Racing. That's the orange M5 out there over the 162 of Open Throttle. And rounding out the podium, HC Autosport. I believe that is, back-to-back podiums this weekend for them. So well done to them. GP2, Chattanooga, with, I believe, over a lap, taking the victory. I'm going to wait to see post-race if Libre does second place, because we did see them stay out an extra lap under yellow/black flag. So I'm not sure if they are in second place. They'll be either second or third probably over with the 67 from Open Throttle Racing. We'll be rounding out that podium. GP1, it's looking to be Harrison Motorsports with a fantastic recovery today in the 392 over PC Racing. Also a good recovery because we did see them have an invalidated lap as we went to red flag for the quiet hour. And HQ Autosport in third. Great finish for them. GTU, the 58, and most likely our overall race winner over the sister car, the 59. And then on the final lap, the 60 car passing the 247 of Hera Flight, who we saw, unfortunately, sideways in the S's there. So if we do go back a lap to the last green flag lap, that result may change on the final step of the podium in GTU. Not sure. GTO, it's going to go to number 70, round 3 racing. That's a fantastic result for them, getting a podium yesterday and the win today. We're seeing the Ford Performance Racing School Motorsports Mustang GT4 in second, and the 74 round 3 race of AOA Racing will be wrapping up that podium in GTO. So yeah, that's it. Interesting day. Thank you to everybody who braved the weather for us, especially your marshals out there, their posts out in the rain getting absolutely soaked, your marshals on pit road, WRL for putting on a great event otherwise, for the things that were just out of their control. Yeah, it was, when we did have green flag racing, it was fantastic. It was, we had great battles up and down the field, especially yesterday. And so I'm looking forward to how this is going to pan out in the rest of our WRL season here.
I think the thing I'm going to take away most from this weekend, particularly in GTO, but elsewhere, is that I think we had a stretch of races where your top 3 was likely to feature a mix of similar cars. And I'm not going to pull the data on that. Somebody can and expose some bad takes if they would like. However, it sure felt like NFC, the 123, the 99, the 225, they were generally speaking the strongest cars in the field. And I think we've turned into a new era here in the World Racing League where we could see any number of cars on the podium in the top 5 on the lead lap. I think we've got that depth of field we love so much in the World Racing League on full display at the moment. And I'm going to remember this weekend, not just for what we saw today, but for that in particular, is just how much variety we've got now at the top of the World Racing League once again. For today, the on-track racing was fantastic in many cases. We didn't get it sustained for as long as we would have liked, but the opening stands of the race was phenomenal. We got it in short bursts here just before the end, and then obviously the big visually impressive conclusion to the end of the race here, even if we didn't get to see a checkered flag in real time. That all having been said, we're going to leave you from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We head to High Plains Raceway next. It is the conclusion of the Midwest Championship for the World Racing League. It's a 13-hour single-day enduro to come on Saturday, September the, let's get the 7th. Date right here, September the 7th. That'll be the last race for the Midwest before we wrap things up in the East. We head to Watkins Glen International, October 18th to the 20th. Sebring International Raceway for the Eastern Region Championship, November 8th to the 10th. And then, of course, as always, the National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas, December 6th, 7th, and 8th. We'll announce more details on coverage from High Plains Raceway in the coming weeks. If you're interested in doing more World Racing League racing and watching it, certainly get yourself on the registration list for High Plains Raceway. It's a fantastic track out just east of Denver, Colorado. Yes, it's a slightly long tow, but that racetrack delivers. The race, I believe, is going to deliver as well, and obviously Midwest Championships are on the line. That all being said, please, if you've been trackside with us still, pack up, have a safe drive home, dry your stuff out, please, and take care of yourselves on the road, even through all of this weather. I am Brendan Kazmarek. That is JT and Tammy. Jordan Worth, the professor, has been on the ones and the twos all weekend, done a phenomenal job as well. Ryan West joined us yesterday. For all of our guests, our friend Dave Miller up here on the second floor helping us with PA integration. Thank you, everybody, for joining us yesterday and today. Thank you for being part of our World Racing League weekend at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We will see you in a couple of weeks' time from High Plains Raceway in Colorado for Midwest Championship weekend. Until then, take care.